Recording in progress.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Mr. Sobrati.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to everybody on the call. Let me just welcome let me get a sense from Hajira. Hajira, are we good to go? Do we correct for this morning's portfolio committee meeting?
That is correct, Mr. Sobrati. We can go ahead.
Thank you. So let me welcome everybody to the meeting. For those members who are joining us from other departments, my name is Imran Suprathi. I am the acting chair of the portfolio committee in these meetings in the absence of the chairperson, Honorable Kosela Sangoni Diko, who is sitting in the ad hoc committee. In her absence, I've been nominated as your acting chairperson. I want to welcome each and every one of you. I know we have colleagues that have joined us both from the department and from the DTIC. I have been given an indication that DM Godlimpi will be joining us, the Deputy Minister in the Department of Trade. Let me welcome the team from DTIC as well as the team from the Department of Communications, all honorable members, all chairpersons of board, all members of all the entities. You're all welcome to this morning's meeting. We have got clearance from Secretariat that we do co-rate. So you're all welcome. Let us now receive the apologies and the agenda, please. First, Ajira.
Good morning, Mr. Sobrati. In terms of apologies, we have an apology for the Minister and the Deputy Minister, DCDT, who's attending the Africa Tech Festival. In terms of DTIC delegation, we have an apology for the Minister Tau and the DG, Mr. S. Hamilton, who's traveling on an international trip. And then in terms of our members, chairperson, our chairperson, acting Sangoni Diko, apology, Mr. Shongwe and Mr. Tambo. Thank you.
Thank you, Hajira. Hajira, may I also then request that you flight the agenda? And whilst you're doing that, let me also then take this opportunity of welcoming a member who has joined us, but whom I think we hadn't had the opportunity of officially welcoming him, Mr. Honorable Nkobese from the IFP has joined us. And he has taken over from our dearest and beloved member of the IFP who had passed away. Welcome, Honorable Nkobese. I know when the last time we tried to welcome you, you were not in the group, and you did remind us that we needed to welcome you. So you're most welcome officially to the Portfolio Committee of Communications and Digital Technologies. Honorable members.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you so much, sir.
You have a huge and a wise shoes to fill. So we know that you will stay with me for that show.
I'll try my best, Chair. I won't disappoint.
Thank you. Honorable members, today we will be engaging two critical areas. The one is, the agenda is before us. We're going to look at the minutes. Thereafter, we're going to engage two elements surrounding the SITA. You would recall that last year we went on an emergency oversight visit. I think it was the 11th of December to SITA, following various concerns that were raised, and the portfolio committee would then have made recommendations. So today we're going to receive a report back from DCDT on those recommendations, as well as the minister referred this matter to the Public Service Commission. We will want to know how far that is, as well as we will hear from SITA in terms of what strategies have they implemented since last year. So that would be a substantive part of our discussion. And an equally substantive part, and perhaps very important part for our presentation, our receiving this morning, is a presentation by the DTIC on the equity equivalent investment program in the ICT sector on increased investment, successful multinational partnerships, and measurable support for Black-owned ICT SMMEs and digital skills development. You would recall 2 weeks ago we had the council before us, and unfortunately the feedback we got was not very encouraging, where we heard that many of the big businesses who have been given the EEIP alternatives have been loath to come and fully account and report, etc. We're hoping today when we receive the presentation of DTIC, we would would find a more progressive picture over there. So we're going to be receiving that. So I would like us to invest a fair amount of time on that item there. And lastly, honorable members, you know that we have been deferring the matter of the strategic plan, but rightly so, it has allowed members to input. And my hope is as we engage the last item, that is the adoption of the strategic plan, all honorable members would have inputted sufficiently into that there. So that is something that we would want to adopt this afternoon, this morning. Also just mindful, honorable members, and I will need your assistance. We do have a house sitting at 2. And from by 12:30, honorable members start to travel. So we would like to really substantively be assisted by you to cover our program of action in the main before 1 p.m. we would like to conclude. So with those few comments on the agenda, may I please seek your assistance for the adoption of the agenda? Honorable members, may I please get your assistance to adopt this agenda? Honorable Bodlani.
Chair, I move that we adopt the agenda as it is.
Thank you, Honorable Bodlani. Honorable Mngomane.
Chair, I second the adoption of the agenda, Chair. Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Thank you, Honorable Ngubane. Thank you so much, honorable members. Honorable members, with the agenda adopted, the first item of the agenda is the adoption of the minutes. May I request Hajira to take us through to the minutes, please?
Good morning, members. We have the minutes 28th of October in front of us. I will scroll, and when it comes to recommendations, I'll read it. Thank you so much. This is the first page, members, with the attendance. Second page, attendance. Third page, opening and welcome, adoption of our previous minutes, opening remarks by the minister in the DCDT. Third item was the briefing by DCDT on the progress made in relation to the appointment of the process of the ICASA Council Evaluation Panel. There were various observations made. These were the observations. And when it comes to recommendations, I'll now read. The committee recommended that the revised PMS to include technical expertise and to ensure effective evaluation be finalized as a matter of urgency. That the full complement of the evaluation panel members be appointed. That the department fast-track the signing of performance agreements with all ICASA councillors to enable proper oversight and accountability. That the panel composition must reflect gender diversity and transformation imperatives. ICASA's strategic and annual performance plan must align with the National Development Plan and digital inclusion goals. That the department reports in a timely way all steps in the evaluation panel appointment and PMS processes to the committee, and that the department to use both headhunting and administrative recruitment to swiftly fill technical skill gaps and the evaluation panel, and that the department continuously monitor the process to prevent further delays and government's issues linked to underperformance or the lack of clear expectations. The following presentation, members, was the presentations by the BBBEE ICT Sector Council on the progress on achieving Black economic empowerment of the ICT sector. There were various observations, and these were the observations. When it comes to recommendations, members, I will read that the committee recommended that the dedicated funding for the ICT Sector Council should be secured to enable it to operate independently and effectively. Stronger legislative and punitive measures should be introduced to make compliance with BBBEE mandatory rather than voluntary. Data collection mechanisms should be improved and to facilitate the Council's access to compliance and investment data from both local and multinational companies. That transparency and accountability should be enforced on large multinational companies regarding investments and compliance with processes. The BBBEE compliance should be simplified to ensure that micro and small business increase participation and enable accurate tracking. The expansion of tech hubs and ICT enterprises into underserviced provinces should be incentivized. Alternative BBBEE compliance pathway should be considered to better interrogate SMMEs and informal business into value chains. Integrate oversight of actual outcomes such as job creation, infrastructure rollout, and reduction in data costs is enforced. Partnerships with government and private sector are encouraged to enable the council to develop viable transformation strategies, and the urgent and ongoing scrutiny of multinational corporation adherence to local laws should be enforced. Further to that, members, we just noted that we will stand over the strat plan till this meeting today, and that the matters basically that arose from that meeting was that we will adopt the strat plan today. That would be it. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Hajira. Honourable members, those are the minutes before us. It has been circulated, so members would have had an opportunity to have a look at them in great detail. If there are any additions to the minutes or any input, Honourable Singh.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to all of the fellow members and officials on the platform, and thank you for the minutes. Chair, I just want to make an input on point 2 under the recommendations arising from the Sector Council. Point 2, where it says stronger legislative and punitive measures. Chair, I'm sorry, I have to please ask the committee to note my objection to that particular point, because whilst extremely well-intentioned, it is common cause that we have not been able to achieve what we want for the speedy transformation. In all good faith, I cannot support a flawed policy as it currently stands to actually then impose legislative and punitive measures on specific institutions and organizations and companies. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Singh. So Honourable Singh's reservation for the position or the recommendation of the committee that stronger legislative and punitive measures should be introduced to make compliance with BBBEE mandatory other than voluntary. Honourable Singh, your reservations are noted. Honourable members, are there any further additions or reflections on the minutes? I see no further hands, honourable members. May I then therefore request, honourable members, that we proceed with the adoption of these minutes? May I then invite honourable members to support us?
Apologies, Chairperson. Could I just get clarity? What do we do in terms of item 2?
Honourable Singh has asked that we note her concerns with regards to the recommendations. That has been her reservation. She wanted her concerns to be noted.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honourable Mfaka, I see you had unmuted.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honourable members. Good morning, everybody in the platform. I move for Chair for the adoption of the minutes with the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Mfaka. So that Honourable Mfaka has moved for the adoption of the minutes with that amendment being noted of the reservation of Honourable Singh. As you know, Honourable Singh has expressed her concern, and we note that duly. Honourable members, can I please have someone to support the adoption, the seconding of the adoption of the minutes, please? Honourable Matafa.
Good morning, Chair, members and guests. I move to second the adoption. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Matafa. Thank you, Honorable members. Thank you so much for being helpful in assisting us to move beyond the adoption of the minutes. Honorable members, let us now get into the substance of today. And the first item on our agenda is the...
Mr. Subrati, just another set of minutes, 4th of November.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that, Hajira.
Morning, Chairperson. Members, we just have the last set of minutes, 4th of November, Tuesday. That was the agenda, the consideration and adoption of the budget review report, amongst other matters. First page was just the attendance, members. Second page, also attendance. Third page was the opening and welcome. And then the second item was the consideration and adoption of the BRRR report. The report was adopted, and we note that the EFF party reserved its vote on the reports. Also, opening remarks by the Deputy Minister in the Office of the Presidency was made. And the fourth item was a briefing by the GCIS and MDDA on the first expenditure and financial reports. In terms of that, members, a report with recommendations and observations will be drafted. The fifth item was a briefing by the DCDT on their first quarter performance. The same applies, that the report with observations and recommendations will be drafted and adopted in future. There was an update on the NAMISA and MDDA complaints. This was briefed to us by Mr. Ngoma. And then matters arising was a letter to be drafted to DCDT to respond to all outstanding written questions from members of the committee. The minister must also provide the latest organogram. I can confirm that this letter has been sent with the inputs from the Honorable Bodlani as well as the Crown Prince Chabaleng. And a report with observations and recommendations will be drafted with the adoption of the committee of the reports above. Thank you, Chairperson. That's the minutes.
Thanks, Hajira. Hajira, also just confirm, this was the minute in which we adopted and agreed on the oversight visit on the 11th of December. Will that be up? We just go up onto MDDA. This is the one where we had the DM agreeing that I note that that is not noted there. So maybe you want to just the oversight visit to MDDA on the 11th of December was agreed to, and the Deputy Minister in the Presidency assured us that all necessary officials and staff will be present for the purpose of the oversight visit. And that will then mandate the Secretariat to proceed to plan accordingly to that. And then I think we've, Zedna and Nemisa, you'll have provided guidance how we process that. When it came to MDDA, we decided that we will do a physical oversight visit. But thank you so much, Hajira, for that, for those minutes. Honorable members, those are the minutes of our last meeting that have been also circulated before us. For that edition by myself, let me see if there's any input from honorable members before I request your assistance to adopt these minutes, please. There are no additions or for the input. May I please seek your assistance, honorable members, to have these minutes adopted? Honorable Singh, and then Honorable Bodlani.
Chair, I move for the adoption of the minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Honorable Bodlani.
Chair, I second.
Thank you, Honorable Bodlani. Thank you, colleagues, for your assistance yet again in assisting us to move through the minutes. Honorable members, so with the minutes being adopted, let us now get into the substance of today's meeting, and the first part of which will be the matters surrounding SITA. May I just get the agenda back on the screen, Hanjiran, please. We have received the apologies from the minister and the deputy minister as they are attending the Africa Tech Festival, and the team by DCDT will be led by DG.
Ready, and to avoid getting a ticket from a rating.
DG will be leading it. The team is here. DG Nonkubela is here together with DDG Mashulogo, DDG Shilembe, Mr. Moseta, and Mr. Shindila. So let me welcome DG yourself to the platform, and mindful of the time, you will be leading the discussions and report back on the DCDT and recommendations emanating from the SITA Special Oversight visit last year, as well as an update on the PSA Commission. And after you, then we will receive from the entity their presentations in terms of those elements of SCM strategy. Maybe from a time allocation DG point of view, it's 9:20 now. I would really like by about 10 o'clock, 10:10 at the latest, to have been through item 2 and 3 in terms of receiving the presentation. And that will then allow us some time to engage the presentations surrounding SITA at about 10:10. DG, let me invite you to the platform.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. And that is actually well noted. Just perhaps greetings to you, Honorable Acting Chair, and also to the Honorable members on the platforms, to the colleagues, as well as to the entities and sister departments that are present on the platform, including our regulator and commission. Chair, perhaps to note, in terms of the first item, we actually had submitted the response in a narrative format to the portfolio committee that was in August. So we would want to take it, we've just converted it into a presentation, but would like to take it that it has been noted. And then therefore we are not going to go through it thoroughly. Suffice to indicate that it was submitted to the portfolio committee. If I can just ask Zayton to kindly put it up, please. The second part of the presentation related to the Public Service Commission investigation, my colleague, DDG Shelembe, will take you also briefly through that. Again, suffice to indicate that the investigation is still ongoing. We are working closely with the with the Public Service Commission. I'm seeing the Competition Commission on the platform. The Public Service Commission in this regard. In the first indicative, Chair and Honourable members, was that the report was supposed to have been concluded in December this year. Because now they've had to source external investigators, they have now asked for an extension. They had asked for a 6-month additional extension period. Unfortunately, I think the minister wasn't happy with that. So we are engaging the Public Service Commission to bring the report to a closure at least by March, April, so that we can then be able to have finality on this particular matter. Zayton, if you could kindly put it up, the presentation, please, the first one. Sorry, Chair, I'm just trying to find out if there are challenges with the, okay, there we go. So as I indicated to the honourable members, this is basically providing an update with regards to the visit that took place. There are a number of areas with regards that were raised. If you could move to the next slide. I think the main would have been the recommendations. The first of which was that the separation of powers between the board and the executive. And in this regard, this obviously stipulated within the MOI and the SITA delegations of authority Clause 13.4 of the MI provides then the delegations in terms of the board. In this regard, Chair, I think our observation as a department would have been that, which is probably then the outer issues that we have been also picked up. I think the continuous successions of boards as well as executive, as well as also the instability within the company's secretary section within SITA, have given rise to this. We are hoping that as we move forward, the stability of the board, as well as then the appointment of the MD, is going to ensure that this is addressed. If we could then, and then the other issues relate to then the clarification, and then, as I said, that has been said. If you then look, pardon me, if you then look with regards to the issues of the competency issues and the staff being a staff complement, I think in the presentation that you'll receive from SITA as well, and also from the SITA management, there is a continuous skills audit that is being done, training programs, but I think you're also seeing that within the vacancies, the SITA board as well as management goes out there to look for talent in order to complement the staffing. And then in terms of the report from the Public Service Administration and Public Service, SITA is required, therefore, to implement those remedial actions. And then on the SITA, on the issues with regards to the response on the ministerial task team, just to indicate that the Northern Cape held that the board should be reinstated, and then the board, the interim board, therefore we had to make sure that we complied with that particular the High Court recommendations, as you would know. The term of the board then came to lapse as of then February, and then we subsequently then filled up that with an interim, with then the intent for us then to ensure a properly constituted board by SITA. Next slide, please. The other administrative matters, Chair, these have also been given to SITA, as you would have seen. And I think you would have seen some of the progress that has been made in as far as the dashboard issues, the procurement issues, response time from SITA, which the follow-up presentation from SITA that you'll receive this morning will be able to provide you subsequently all that information. If you then also, I think the issues with regards to the investigation by the Cliff Decker report, you'll find that as an item number 20, just to indicate that this particular matter, obviously, the board of SITA, interim board of SITA, looked at the matter and therefore they responded on these particular matters. There are certain items that have been referred or currently being dealt with by the various other arms of the institutions. But as the report that we've received from SITA is that they have now restored and there are a good working relationship with all the parties, and they're cooperating with obviously the relevant institutions in this regard. And then with regards to the issues related to the executive oversight role by the department, just to indicate that we have a dedicated oversight capacity. We've got a mix based in terms of board performance assessment. We obviously do the regular governance reporting obligations, and obviously we've also ensured that there is an observer in the executive of appointments. As you know, in terms of the board constitution itself, both the department, public service administration, as well as the finance, national treasury, we have representatives who then sit on the board within our respective roles and mandate, just to ensure then their proper oversight, as well as an additional layer. Chair, without necessarily taking too much of the time, as I said, this basically provides the overview in terms of the response on these particular areas. I just want to safely indicate as well, Chair, that The one big thing that we have done is that because we could not get involved with regards to issues of procurement as well as supply chain, but what we have tasked and within the assistance, assistance from the board itself, is that they've basically reviewed the various prescripts and ensure that there's proper and full compliance. So I'd like to then conclude there, honourable members, with regards to then the first presentation. As I said, the report itself was submitted to the portfolio committee, and invite my colleague to then take you through the second presentation related to the investigation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG, and good morning to you, Honourable Chairperson, the honourable members. I'm not sure, Chairperson, if you can hear me.
Yes, Mr. Chilema, we can see you and we can hear you clearly.
Thank you very much. I'm also going to request Zaytin to also fly to the presentation that we're going to be making. And greetings again to all the colleagues from several entities that are on the platform. Just as an overview, really, okay, we can start here at background, but essentially we are presenting an update to the committee on the instruction or the request that the minister made to the Public Service Commission to undertake an investigation onto several matters at SITA. This was really coming from a growing number of operational service delivery and governance challenges which were observed in the organization. Accordingly, then a formal agreement was entered into whereby the PSC would investigate SITA in terms of the PSC's mandate as stated in sections 196 and 195 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa of 1996. In terms of the mandate of the PSC, it may either of its own accord or on receipt of any complaint, investigate, advise or review a state department, a public entity or organ of state. And section 1964A particularly provides for the PSC to promote the values set out in section 195 throughout the public service. Next slide, please. So as a way of a further background, then we enunciate these principles that govern the PSC in undertaking its mandate. These are provided for in section 195, which are as follows. That key amongst them for this work are a high standard of professional ethics must be promoted and maintained. An efficient, economic and effective use of resources must be promoted. Services must be provided impartially, fairly, equitably, and without bias. Public administration must be accountable, and that good human resource management and career development practices to maximize human potential must be cultivated. Further on, section 1964B provides that the PSC may investigate, monitor and evaluate the organization and administration and the personnel practices of the public service. So to us, then the PSC was the best suited organization to undertake this investigation. It was also agreed, though, that given the capacity constraints at the PSC would procure the services of an investigator or experts who will assist them to execute the work. In terms of the terms of reference, the scope of work is broken down into several categories. So the first category relates to service delivery, including procurement issues. Here, the investigation is to investigate the transgressions in procurement processes, including irregular contracts and approvals, to assess systemic issues causing delays and other failures in service delivery and the associated impact on client departments, including the high cost of services and charges, to evaluate the specific concerns raised about the SITA-approved Western Cape Education Department contract, to investigate allegations of widespread corruption affecting SITA's operations and service delivery, to review procurement policies, records and contracts, board minutes and performance reports, and interview current and past leaders, including board members, employees and stakeholders, including client departments. Next slide, please. Thank you. On the second category of issues to be investigated, they relate to the appointments to key positions. Here, the investigation would assess whether all recruitment processes for key positions complied with internal policies and determine the robustness of the recruitment policies. The third category relates to leadership instability, and the investigation will investigate the high turnover rate at executive and senior management levels and its impact on organizational stability. It will also interview current and past leaders, including board members again, to examine appropriate documents and reports, including performance reports, in order to uncover systemic and other issues. The fourth category relates to workplace professionalism, and this relates to investigating allegations of deteriorating professionalism, and again will interview current and past leaders and employees, examine appropriate documents and reports to uncover structural policy applications, cultural and low morale issues contributing to deteriorating professionalism. The next slide, please. Sorry about that, Chairperson. We seem to have a breakdown in our flighting. Zaytun, are you winning?
Thank you.
Can I maybe share from my screen then? Sorry, DG. I think Zaytun is having a difficulty sharing. If I may be allowed to share my screen, please.
Then go ahead, Mr. Shalembe.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm just going to scroll down because I had covered a large part of this presentation. I hope you can see it, Honorable Chair. I was on the workplace professionalism, which I had covered as the fourth category of issues to be investigated. The fifth one relates to matters relating to governance. Here, there will be investigation on the lapses in transparency, accountability, competence, ethical behavior, and decision-making in leadership And also the investigation will analyze governance structures, policies, including minutes of meetings of the boards, audit and risk committee, ExCom, ENCO, and audit reports, and other investigators' reports, performance assessments reports, and conduct interviews accordingly as having been indicated in other categories. Then, having then requested the PSC to undertake the work, that was in January 2025. On 28 March 2025, the minister met the PSC, and the PSC presented their project initiation document. At that very same meeting, the PSC advised the department and minister that the period to be investigated should be expanded to include 2020 to 2025 instead of just 1 year, which had been originally envisaged in the terms of reference. With that understanding, it therefore followed that the duration of the investigation would be extended beyond the original 3-month period, which was again envisaged in the original terms of reference. And the understanding was that it would then be completed by the end of December 2025. And this would then be the case if the investigation had commenced on 1 April 2025. Having embarked on a competitive, fair, transparent, and cost-effective public tender process in April 2025, the PSC has since appointed a service provider suitable to provide the service with the requisite auditing and forensic investigation expertise, and that was finalized in September 2025. At that point, really, that was also the culmination of the negotiations and discussions that we had with the PSC on other preliminary activities undertaken by the department and the PSC to enable the commencement of the investigation, including the provision of funding for the exercise. The appointment of the service provider or the investigator has commenced with the appointed service provider has commenced with the investigation in November 2025 and will proceed based on a detailed project plan incorporating phases of execution with clear deliverables and timelines. Based on the project plan, we in the department estimated that the investigation will be completed by end of June 2026. However, as the DG has indicated, the minister has implored the PSC to evaluate the possibility of concluding the investigation by latest end of March 2026. We are still awaiting feedback from the PSC in that regard. Finally, then, as the way forward, the department will hold structured briefing and monitoring engagements with the PSC in accordance with the implementation agreement, which provides for regular briefings to the minister, the Director General, and the designated senior officials of the department. Thank you very much, Chair. I think that brings me to the close of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Mr. Shelembe, DDD Shelembe, and to DG Nankubela for your presentations, your brief presentations. Honorable members, this entire agenda item relates to SITA, and as I've indicated, we will now also then take the presentations by SITA itself, and SITA have got a few presentations that have been shared with us. And the idea behind these presentations is really to understand what SITA is doing or have done in terms of addressing the underlying challenges and issues that we have noted. And given the fact that the mandate of SITA is really to be an ever-responsive entity that is at the front of providing innovative solutions to government departments. Now, the team has been led, I see we've got the The chairperson of the board is here. Maybe let me invite the chairperson of the board of SITA, and then through the chairperson can lead us into who is going to be doing the various presentations. And as I invite you onto the platform, may I therefore then request, because there are about 3 or 4 presentations, we've had sight of it, we really would like to have an opportunity to engage, but also we also have an important presentation that I would like to start at 11 a.m. with DTIC. So may I then allow you to please do your presentation in about 40 minutes at the most, all your presentations, and that will allow us some time to engage. Maybe let me invite the chairperson of the board of directors to please maybe lead us into the presentation from SITA.
Thank you, Chairperson. A good morning to you and the honorable members. This morning, I am with the AMD as well as some of the colleagues. And as you've indicated, there are various presentations that we're going to make that addresses some of the issues. I will not take much more time. I would want to invite the AMD. There are 4 presentations. The first one is on the key matter, as you've said. SITA is here to serve clients and the citizens of this country. The first presentation that is going to make is going to be focused on client retention strategy. The other presentation that is going to make is also going to focus on one of the key issues that was highlighted in the oversight report, which were the delays in procurement. So it will talk to the SCM automation and what is being done about that. Another one is about one of the growth initiatives that SITA is working on, which is the Citizen Super App. And the last one, there has been investment, and intentionally so, in terms of learning. And one of those that he's going to share is some of the learning insights that the executives have had through the training, the recent training at Huawei. With that, I would want to welcome the AMD, if they can do the presentation in that order, and then we can come back. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chair, and good morning to the Honourable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee. Chair, if I could ask to then get the right to share, it will make it a lot quicker, if possible.
You can go ahead, Mr. Reddy.
Thank you. So, Chair, we'll start with the client retention. Just confirm that the slides are visible.
Yes, they're visible.
Okay. So this submission is broken up into 2 parts. The first part is looking at customer centricity and a customer centricity framework. We'll go through the customer satisfaction index, net promoter score, and then look at around client tracking per service group over the 5 years. So that gives the high-level context, and then we'll move into customer insights and retention initiatives. We'll look at tools and tracking of performance. We'll look at success of implemented strategies, the business development plan, and some of the digital products that we are identifying to roll out to then government departments. So part A, in terms of the customer centricity strategic relevance, there are 4 pillars here. The one is customer centricity, where we're looking at the total service experience. And in this pillar, we're looking at service improvement, we're looking at customer retention, we're looking at customer engagement and transformation and brand revitalization. And there are very strategic priorities that come out of that, but I'm not going to go into the details, but just give an essence of the high level. The pillar 2 is transforming government, and here it's focused on secure digital government capabilities. And some of the strategic priorities here is secure digital enablement, data-driven decision-making, and enabling interoperability with various strategic initiatives that actually bring out those priorities. If we move then into pillar 3, and here it's transforming SITA to a state digital services agency. And here are some of the strategic initiatives and priorities linked to SITA modernization, business development to come up with more relevant and modern solutions, and then creating a culture of talent management, procurement repositioning, pricing models and optimization, which has been one of the key areas of contention, and then also product and service portfolio optimization, filling into pillar 3. Pillar 4 around governance, and here it's around compliance, transparency, and risk management as the key priorities, looking at internal controls, risk posture, environmental sustainability, and industry transformation. So we move then to the strategic relevance in terms of key areas is delivering an outstanding customer experience is what we want to focus on. Improving the customer journey is another key area, and enhanced service delivery, boosting customer satisfaction for increased customer retention. If we move to the framework and from a consulting services perspective, and this is all the capabilities around how we engage with our clients and how we understand their needs, how we get feedback from them to be able to then provide services more effectively. We got customer advocacy, and that capability looks at business development, strategic consulting, and relationship management. We got digital advisory services, and here we're looking at ICT advisory, consulting services, and solution design and enterprise architecture. We then also have cluster business management. Here we're looking at program management, project management, and cluster governance and contract management. Customer operations, and here we look at customer service management, the customer experience and insights. And then from a regional perspective, we got capabilities that are being driven in all areas. When I say all areas, I'm covering all the provinces, coastal, northern, and central regions. If we move into then the customer touch points, just to kind of give a view of how the engagement happens. So we have a customer, we have a formal communication plan, and a communication plan is underpinned by a business agreement that is entered into with each client. And then for each service, we have a service level agreement. And then based on the performance, we have customer satisfaction index that comes out of it per client to try and understand, are we providing services in line with the business agreement and service level agreement? So underpinning that, we have customer contact channels, and that is underpinned by our account management, broken up into marketing, sales, and relationship management. And then in terms of the delivery side, we have a service desk, which provides then support linked to the business agreement and the SLAs. And the services underpinning that stem from managed infrastructure services all the way to supply chain and regulatory services. Underneath the service line, we then have supply chain management, and broken up into two areas. We have internal capabilities in terms of underpinning contracts and operational level agreements, with underpinning contracts targeting suppliers that we partner with. And then OLAs is obviously the capabilities within the SITA environment that then work together with the partners in industry to deliver. On the left-hand side, we have a service portfolio, and we manage that in terms of how we use the service portfolio through our customer contact channels to be able to then, address the pain points of clients. So that's the step in terms of customer engagement touch points. From a commercial engagement principle perspective, the government IT House of Value is basically what we then subscribe to in terms of security, interoperability, reducing duplication, economies of scale, and digital inclusion. So lowering cost, increasing productivity, and ensuring citizen convenience. And this is what we focus on in terms of the principles, in terms of SITA strategies, and then the impact statements and mandate to actually then deliver services. From a communication plan perspective, starting at the bottom layer, These are the day-to-day operations, project and service meetings twice a month, and plus ad hoc meetings that happen. And then your monthly service level management meetings. This happens in terms of the services that we provide, and we deal with the client that actually owns then that agreement with us to be able to provide performance and any improvements that need to happen. Then on a quarterly basis, we have business agreement meetings, and this is at the executive layer, DG level, to be able to then understand how the relationship and how things are materializing in terms of services and expectations. Then we have stakeholder meetings, and that could be at the highest level, and this involves, at the ministry level, these type of engagements of oversight that come into play to be able to ensure that we deliver. Then from a customer satisfaction index perspective, I think one of the key problem statements that has come out is the long turnaround times, high cost, and responsiveness. So the pain points of clients is extended delivery times, pricing without premium value, slow response to queries and complaints, and limited proactive management. So the feeling is that the market provides faster, more cost-effective services than SITA. So that is the essence of the problem statement. From a customer centricity perspective, in some of CSI, indicators, the overall satisfaction in terms of 2025 statistics was 59% overall satisfaction. From a customer service perspective, we scored a 74%. From a solution business fit perspective, 58%. Brand and reputation, 49%. And value for money sitting at 24%. So certainly coming out from the pain points that value for money is a concern, our reputation is a concern, and then solutions being fit for purpose is a concern. If we dive a little bit deeper into the dimensions in terms of client engagement, so we got responsiveness, accessibility, service maturity, outcomes driven, transparency, engagement, proactiveness, and efficiency. And we got the satisfaction levels from 2017 all the way to 2025. And just citing here that service maturity, outcomes driven, transparency, and efficiency are the areas that we've dropped in terms of then the assessment over this period. And our improvement initiatives then are focusing on addressing those areas. If we drill down a bit further, going into the services themselves, or the service groupings, you would find that on the training side, we've dropped somewhat over the last 2 years, which is a significant drop. On the data center operations from a commercial printing perspective, so kind of holding the levels at 67%, LAN and desktop at 66%, and all the others seem to be either holding or slightly improving, pointing that from a service perspective, we are turning and starting to improve, with the training area needing to be focused upon in terms of looking at how best we address those areas. From a net promoter score perspective, we scored a negative 26%, with 54% being detractors, and then 28% being promoters, and 18% being more passive in terms of their view. On the left-hand side, 29% feel that SITA is much better. SITA somewhat better, 11%, and then SITA is about the same, 24%. And those that believe SITA is somewhat worse and SITA is much worse is 16 and 20%, making about 36% on the lower end. I think what is very positive is that in 2023, our net promoter score was negative 45, meaning that we've moved from negative 45 to negative 26, but certainly a lot of room for improvement in terms of service improvement initiatives to then address these shortcomings. From a client tracking per service group over 5 years, and this is a view that kind of looks at our clients year by year and seeing per service grouping, are we increasing in terms of clients? Are we remaining the same, or are we decreasing in terms of clients? So the arrows in green show that these service groups like application development, application maintenance, printing, procurement, security, and service management are on the up. So increasing in terms of clients. The application functional support and other kind of services are more or less keeping the same levels of clients. But the architecture, end user computing, hosting, networks, and training has a slight dip from looking at 2021 to 2024-25, although some of them, for example, end user shows an increase over the last 2 years. So it kind of gives a view of how what we're looking like over the 5 years on customer growth. On part B, we go into customer retention initiatives. And if we look at then the various areas, we are listening to customer insights. SITA does not have delivery capacity. SITA is overcharging us, and suppliers are quicker and cheaper. So these are the insights we're getting from clients. We define the problem by speed of delivery, price of services, convenience, and external relations. We implemented improvement initiatives. So we're digitizing manual processes and taking multiple shapes. SITA internal systems, a plan to digitize processes, as well as aspects such as procurement, which is key, which we are covering in terms of what we're doing there. And then price benchmarking. So we're benchmarking our prices with industry to make sure that we are competitive. And just to talk to the recent one in terms of network pricing, we benchmarked, and then we've adopted a new model to be able to then bring prices down. Some of the things that we picked up is volumes. So the more volumes we have, the cheaper the price in terms of government aggregation. And here we've factored in demand in terms of plans to grow the network coverage over the next few years. And we've almost forecasted and brought the price in upfront. So we managed to then bring those prices considerably down in a competitive basis, and we're rolling that out. Reduced turnaround times, and this is, we're looking at it, everything across the step in terms of procurement, as well as developing proposals and solutions to try and do that a lot quicker, and focusing on relationship building. And this is engaging more with clients, understanding their business requirements, and being able to respond to that. The benefit it achieves is we have reduced customer complaints from over the years, and we are looking at dealing with them a lot quicker. Reduced network and internet pricing, so that we've already achieved, and we're rolling that across clients, which is very well received. The e-catalog development to improve SEM turnaround times, we'll cover that in terms of what we've done thus far. And increase in terms of revenue growth and net collection. So we are seeing year on year positive growth in terms of revenues. We're hoping with our business development plan in terms of new products that we can then extend that a lot further. From a tools and monitoring tracking perspective, we got systems and infrastructure in terms of customer master data, service management platforms, and financial dashboards. From our performance analytics, we look at heat maps, complaints tracking system, and a real-time satisfaction monitoring approach. And then from key indicators, we're looking at stakeholder satisfaction, client acquisitions, innovation and ROI, and EBITDA and revenue growth. So these are the indicators that we are looking at. If we go into indicators, just to expand a bit, it's the same thing, looking at stakeholder satisfaction and innovation, looking at client growth tracking, and then looking at the financials to ensure that SITA remains sustainable while it improves its service delivery. Some of the success stories in terms of customer retention, and just to go through a few of them, the Department of Justice, we successfully reduced the prices in terms of the proposal for network services linked to our drop in pricing. And this is looking at being approved, and it's in that process, but it's received positively in terms of the reduction in costs. From a Home Affairs perspective, connectivity infrastructure to all major ports of entry was fully implemented ahead of schedule. So we showed that we can indeed, bring timelines down and turn around a lot quicker. From a SAP's perspective, the Integrated Crime and Drug Management System is active deployment. The completion expectation is February 2026, so we're well underway with that project to bring value on the ICDMS. From a human settlements perspective, a proposal has been accepted for digital transformation there. We've received a government order, and we're working very closely with the department in terms of then kicking off and implementing on that project. From the integrated justice system perspective, SITA chairs the joint monthly IGS War Room, and with participation with all the IGS members. And we have full representation of supply chain management, program management, customer advocacy, as we then drive, improving then delivery in that area. From a case study perspective, Home Affairs, there has been, or in the past, a lot of downtime on the core network that contributed to us, not or losing sites in various areas. We've then deployed a comprehensive connectivity infrastructure solution with multiple redundancy links put in various areas. Investments were made, I think, in excess of 400 million over the last couple of years. And we now have a fully redundant network that's performing at 99.9% uptime. We've enhanced security protocols in that, our 24/7 monitoring in terms of incident response, and we got scalable architecture for the future in terms of expansion. So when we rolled this out, we didn't have any downtime. We have improved then the uptime and enhanced the border security capabilities through the connectivity that was put in place in the Home Affairs space. So this is focused on purely ensuring from a network perspective that our uptimes are resilient, especially interventions on the core network. Other SITA success stories, and digitization of national examinations contributed a lot there. So the whole exams process and the system supporting that, SITA has done that year on year and successfully supported that process. The G20 presidency platform, we were involved in that and providing that capability. The e-government portal and the mobile app, so the migration from portal to mobile app, so that we showcased at GovTech, and we're ready to move with that. Social grants processing system, we've assisted in improving those areas. Court online, there's a number of courts that we have gone online on with the Department of Justice and successfully rolled that out. Western Cape Broadband Initiative, so that provincial broadband model is progressing well. Electronic document delivery, so all pay slips for government officials have been migrated to electronic rather than pushing paper. So that has been a successful, call it a cross-functional or a e-service across all government departments to get that online. From a software-defined network perspective, we've modernized our network to be a more intelligent network. Resilient data centers, so we have upgraded infrastructure in data centers, both from a UPS electrical perspective, as well as established in the government private cloud ecosystem, which we are expanding on with hyperscalers in terms of partnerships coming in there. And the SA Connect contributions has been another area that we've contributed to. From a business development growth framework, and I'm not going to go into the details here, but there's strategic alignment in terms of understanding the increased operational efficiencies and reducing costs coming into that area. Market segmentation, so we're looking at both national, provincial, local government, as well as SOEs in terms of being able to focus on solutions in those areas. Enabling solutions, we're looking at everything across the digital stack, cloud, analytics, cybersecurity, and smart solutions, a number of these solutions that we have showcased at GovTech. We're also looking at revenue streams to ensure that we maintain sustainability and coming up with different ways of pricing that are market competitive in the way that we then roll out these services. Implementation roadmaps. So for all these projects we identify, we're rolling out pilot projects, and then we looking at working with departments to actually then roll these services out. And then we look at risk management across then these stages to ensure that we keep in touch with risks and then mitigate them as we go along. From a business development plan perspective, there are various areas here. We're looking at establishment of structure enabling technologies. We're also looking at, delivering to customers using automation portals, self-service templates and tools so that we can track and trace as we're doing things. The customers can do that. Our client engagement has 4 kind of quadrants: existing clients, existing products, new clients, new products. So we got a strategy that looks at existing clients and existing products to maintain and provide better services or keep levels there. Existing client and new products. So we got existing clients. We then looking at cross-selling in terms of new products that we're coming out with, and then existing products and new clients. So bringing new clients on board with existing products, and then new products and new clients. So this is how we're looking at these areas in terms of the different approaches. From a pricing approach, we're definitely benchmarking our existing products, existing clients and new products. We're looking at 90th percentile market matching. And then in terms of existing products and new clients, efficiencies coming in the way that we operate to bring down operational costs so that we can make pricing more affordable. Consulting, so there's various ways that we consult in terms of solutions all the way to proof of concepts. And then we're also managing dependencies across the various areas in terms of being able to then deal with the various strategies in terms of business development. To highlight some of the products that we have identified to take out to clients, some clients are using these products, and these are predominantly e-services and solutions that we've rolled out to a client, and we believe that these solutions and services can be used across government to multiple clients. So we're pushing these, and there are a number of them: annual performance planning, e-complaints, electronic document delivery, indigent register, participatory governance and land use management system coming in there, e-metric, e-government portal to make that we're migrating then to the super app to be able to access services that are currently there, e-recruitment as a system that we can roll out across government. And various others. There's e-permit, there's a e-rehabilitation platform, there's grants, there's deeds register, there's another form of permits. So there's quite a few different type of permits coming in here. But as we can see in terms of the target segments, they can be rolled out provincially to multiple provincial departments. If we position them at transversal systems, and the others at national department level can be consumed as well. So in total, there's about 37 products that we're targeting certain customers, and we want to improve then the footprint in terms of the way we then roll out these services. With that, Chair, this is the end of the client retention presentation. Move to the next one.
Thank you, AMD. AMD, thank you so much for your presentation. I didn't want to intervene you. I assume that you are mindful of the time constraints I've placed on the presentations, and I really welcome your presentation. We're keen to receive your presentation on the addressing issues of delays in procurement with regards to your SEM presentation. But just be mindful that at 11 o'clock, I want to really have a hard rise time in terms of the entire segment on SITA, including engagement. So you've got about 20 minutes to present to us what you need to present to us before we open the floors for engagement. So please just manage your priorities in terms of your presentations in the remaining 3 presentations. Thank you, MD.
No, thanks, Chair. I'll just switch then to the next presentation, and the other presentations are a lot shorter, so we'll manage that in. So the next is a supply chain automation process. Take it you can see the slides, Chair.
Yes, I can see them.
All right. So we've moved into the way this is packaged. So the first part is the universe, basically giving the high-level view of what the SAM process automation is about and approach to how we do it. And the second part is giving more progress around where we are around the implementation. So I'm going to jump straight in. So the universe covers the full length of the supply chain process, from demand, publication, evaluation, adjudication, and contracting. So basically automating that entire process, and then also being able to have analytics to be able to manage, monitor, and see where things are, and being able to measure turnaround times in the process. The key enabling capabilities is a catalog, and here it's a platform around how we automate transversal contracts. We also then have a ITSM system. In here, we're looking at monitoring the life cycle. Then we have a document flow system that actually deals with the documentation and the standardization of information through the process. Then we've got the Oracle suite that deals with the various modules for demand, publication, evaluation, etc. Then we have data analytics. So all these combinations make up then the full automation stack. From an e-catalog perspective, there were various iterations as we built up to go live on 30th September. And then from the ERP modules perspective, we also had various iterations, and we went live at 30th of September. We must also then point out there will be other iterations as we update, the processes and bring more of the minimum value products on board, but we'll talk to that. So the definition of success: improving governance and compliance, improving access to retrieve information, improving build efficiencies, and turnaround times. So some of the measurements of success, and I'm not going to go in detail, but it's turnaround times, it's efficiency, it's accessing files, compliance rates, and the further that is listed. And then we've got specific numbers in terms of what we want to reduce, compliance rates and the likes, including system uptimes to ensure that we measure across the stack in terms of improving on various areas in the automation. From a change management approach, so as we bring online various capabilities, there's a change management approach that we're following. We plan and prepare then that specific rollout. We do an analysis, identify the groups that are involved, and then look at training and capacity building with the various role players. And this would be internal SITA staff as well as government department officials, as well as suppliers that get involved in the process. And then there's a whole communication around where we are and how we're progressing. Our strategy involves minimum value products. So here we're saying we're taking a certain type of procurement grouping, and I'll speak to them just now. And we actually try and roll them out and bring the role players involved into the various categories, which we call minimum value products. So if we run through then the progress, which will bring out the minimum value products. So a minimum value product for activation of RFB 740, and this is a transversal stream. So it's contracts that are used by government departments to be able to purchase, on a transversal basis. And 740 is one of them. It's laptops and the like. So we went live with that module in September, and then we're going live in January around 2003. And then towards the end of the financial year, going live on 1183. So basically here is as we go live, we then bring on board clients and suppliers to be able to then transact in an automated fashion on this roadmap. If I go to the next one, these are SITA panels. So it's panels that SITA uses to partner with industry to provide services. So on the end of September, we went on 3 of the the panels, the cabling panel, the HR panel, and the audit assurance service panel. And then end of October, we went live on a few others that are there, including security, CCTV, unified comms, etc. And then end of November, we're planning to go live on 1626, which is training, and 252, which is end user computing infrastructure. So as we go live on these, we bring clients on board and the respective suppliers that play in the various panels. Will involve training and the likes to then fully cut over then to automation. The same for open and competitive bids. So we went live on RFQ and ad hocs, less than 1 million in September, and then we'll go to open bids in October, and then in November, various other groupings that come online, but a similar process in terms of rollout. So, from an automation perspective, we believe these are the various values, and I'm not going to go through them in terms of the benefits that, this brings about to various groups. And then I would move then to the backlog part. So as we understand, as we automate and bring these various modules online, we do have transactions that are in the process that are manual. So these are various interventions that we are tracking in terms of then concluding the manual transactions. And then as we cut over the various minimum value products to go live, we will then manage those ones in the automation in the system. So there's various initiatives in terms of then tracking, capacitation to bring this, and monitoring and visibility in terms of those that are in the manual pipeline. Thank you, Chair. That's basically supply chain. I'm going to move then over to the next one, if you allow me, Chair. I take it I can move to the next one, Chair?
Yes, Mr. Reddy.
Okay, I'm moving on to the Citizen Super App, and this submission has two parts as well. The first part is the overview and enabling digital transformation perspective, and then on the B, looking at the status update, positioning the Super App within the marketplace platform.
AMD, we can't see the presentation on the screen, so I'm not sure if you're the one who's sharing it.
Sorry, thanks, Chair. Let me just check what happened. I take it that you can see it now, Chair?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks for that. So the second part is around the status update, the marketplace platform, implementation roadmap, and the key challenges that go with that. So the Citizen Super App was positioned as a single point of entry for the whole of government to access then services from government from a citizen perspective. The app then positions itself to be able to do messaging, payment processing, e-commerce, social networking, and transportation and more within one single entry rather than moving to multiple apps. The enabling kind of landscape is, digital services and bringing all the various services in government, into a single point of entry. And I'm not going to go into the benefits for government and citizens. I think that is quite clear. If we move to where we are, we've done the Citizen Super App as in terms of phase one, which we showcased and delivered POCs at GovTech 2025. We're now moving into phase two in terms of full comprehensive commercial view of the platform. The capabilities that the platform has, a digital identity, digital payment, digital exchange, and digital services. And then these are the five that were services that were demonstrated at GovTech. And the next steps is to try and move this the platform and bring on other clients. And at GovTech, there were many clients that were interested, and they are listed here. from SAPS all the way to Justice, JCPS, and the Gambling Board. And then we obviously go engaging with these clients to be able to see how do we unpack this and go forward. Just putting the super app within the context of the SITA marketplace. On the left-hand side, we have the users of on the demand side. It could be citizens, private entities, end users, government departments that actually consume services, including tourists. And then on the right-hand side, we have the supply side where we work with industry. And this is everything from SITA capabilities to big tech, SMMEs, youth and women and startups. And basically, we take solutions from the supply side, make them available on the marketplace so that those that want to use the services can then consume from the marketplace. The marketplace is made up of four kind of categories of services. The one through the Citizen Super App is around citizens accessing services from government. The services and solutions platform is more government to government, government to business type of solutions. And then the e-procurement is also part of the marketplace, which we are dealing with e-procurement, but it will integrate back onto the marketplace. And then the fourth dimension is how do we bring hyperscalers onto the marketplace so that government can use hyperscaler capability in a secure manner. So these are the four kind of groupings within the marketplace, with the super app having a capability that actually supports multiple of these four dimensions to be able to then affect the marketplace. So this slide basically gives a definition of the four areas, which are kind of covered. So I'm not going to go through that, but it positions citizen, it pushes other solutions from government to government, it positions e-procurement, and it positions working with hyperscalers to have a single marketplace where government accesses then services. From a citizen super app roadmap perspective, we did the POCs at GovTech in September. We are now in the process of onboarding a partner to then fully establish the platform by end of March, and that will be the end state. And as indicated, this is underpinning technology that will form the basis of a building block of the marketplace. When it comes to specific services that we are going live on, where there is an alignment issue with the DSU that SITA is busy working on to be able to finalize a memorandum of understanding with the DSU. And I think what is key is that we need to ensure that we align so there's no duplication or overlapping in the way that we provide the services. So those engagements are underway to ensure that elements are dealt with, especially when it comes to citizen directly accessing services. Some of the key challenges, mandate gaps. So SITA has not been consistently delivering on its mandate. That is one of the pain points that we do understand, and we're doing things to address. Stakeholder misalignment, so the misalignment between SITA, DSU, and other stakeholders in government that have a role to play when it comes to ICTs. Role clarification in terms of overlapping responsibilities and how mandates stack up. And then operational framework deficit in terms of lack of formalized framework to join the operations, and these where MOUs and frameworks need to be in place, and reputation and accountability links to how we position both SITA and DSU in the eyes of government and Parliament in terms of alignment in whatever we do. From a strategic positioning on the super app, digital transformation in motion, we understand that it's a flagship initiative for SITA. It's part of our strategy. It's part of our APP. And we have been, let's say, moving from an e-government portal to a super app by over the year in terms of migration, resetting expectations in terms of performance goals and timelines, collaborative governance in terms of creating a balance in terms of the cooperative model with the DSU in terms of the MOU and mandate alignments, framework development, joint operating framework so that we all understand how we work and we reduce duplication, and repositioning for impact. Yes, clarifying roles and improving flows by working together. So thank you, Chair. That is the super app. I'm going to then move to the last presentation, which is then the the visit to China in terms of the training. I'm just going to share that one. So please confirm, Chair, that my slides are visible.
Yes, they're visible.
It is.
Okay. So this submission in two parts. An executive summary and program objectives and benefits in terms of the visit and the training that was aligned in this visit. And then the part B is kind of giving the details around leadership program, technical program, the technical learnings and mapping to the SITA strategy, the leadership's learnings and mapping to the strategy, and then strategic insights that we've gained in terms of how leading countries in terms of digital transformation have done it, so that we could take some good practice from them and include it in our strategies. So the part A deals with a high-level summary. So SITA leadership and technical teams, including key strategic clients, SAPS and DoD, went to a strategic study visit to China to look at their technologies. And we were exposed to digital ecosystem. We were exposed to smart city platforms, AI infrastructure, and cloud technologies. In this visit, we also then had operational models in terms of real time. So we attended closed-door sessions with Chinese SOEs that are involved in the government value chain there, and we looked at policy think tanks and how they operate there. And when we completed the program, there was certification that was provided then to both leadership and technical in terms of then the leadership program and the technical program. The objectives was to strengthen SITA's internal capacity and leadership on digital transformation, have global insights in terms to how technology is done in leading countries, to empower internal teams in terms of future developments, in terms of how the landscape is changing and how we reduce reliance on external vendors. And then there's also prepare SITA in terms of scalable implementation of emerging technologies, AI, cloud computing, and the likes. The program benefits, participation in Huawei advanced labs, hands-on training from expert engineers. The exposure to global best practice was key across various technologies. And then the program enhancement on strategic readiness, technical capabilities to lead innovation. So there was also the human side of it in terms of skills and capabilities and how to attract and retain skills that came out of the program. So if we go into then the leadership program highlights, so enterprise culture, innovation models, and governance frameworks, as I highlighted, was key. The R&D centers and smart city hubs and live applications of digital technologies in the public service delivery, we learnt about them and we physically saw them in action. The sessions on performance management, talent management, and then building a high performance organization was also covered in these programs. The technical talent program focused on training programs, storage technologies, modern data communication infrastructure, artificial intelligence, big data and blockchain, cloud models, and industry platforms. So from a technical perspective, these are the key areas that was highlights. And the learnings from the technical stream was on the strategy and cybersecurity. They looked at strengthening cybersecurity and resilience, looking at various courses that were done in terms of being able to do that. The outcomes supported secure, resilient ICT platforms. Data communication, here it was focused on enhancing network infrastructure and looking at interoperability and secure connectivity. AI and big data, here it's about how we become more smart automated service delivery. And on the cloud computing side is cloud first adoption was a strategic priority. And then expanding on government private cloud ecosystem is the outcome that we're looking at driving, at SITA. Learnings from the leadership strategy program was enterprise culture and innovation. And here the key learnings was embedding values and innovation and R&D. And then it maps to the SITA strategic priority of building high performance culture, and the outcomes as agile, innovative, value-driven organization. So I just went through the first line to give a view of how it stacked up. Governance and coordination was the next one, and you can see that it links all the way through to coherence, scalable digital transformation through strengthening governance and in enterprise architecture. SOE benchmarking, so we looked at how state-owned entities in China actually operate and how they partner. So we looked at public-private collaboration and digital innovation. How do they do it there? Cybersecurity and design. So looking at how we strengthen our cybersecurity and build citizen trust. Cloud strategy, first adoption. So yeah, it's expanding the government ecosystem, the government-private cloud that SITA drives, and how do we bring hyperscalers on board? Innovation hubs and talent. So yeah, developing digital skills and talent is what was key, and the outcomes of skills, future-ready workforce to look at how we build that. And then smart cities, we looked at how they do it in China, and it's interesting how these type of models can be scaled and used in terms of smart citizen-centric public services. From some insights from a Huawei perspective, from a mandate, China have a strategic technology arm for government, so they have that in place. From a SITA perspective, ICT service providers for government, and then recommendations from a SITA perspective is repositioning SITA to lead national digital transformation, as done in China with a strategic arm of government actually doing that. Governance models, in China, it's centralized policy. On South Africa, we've got operational service orientated type of approach. And here we're saying adopt a centralized policy-driven governance framework. R&D, so we picked up that a lot of budget has been put in R&D, and we're limited in the way that we operate at SITA. But now we're looking at how we come up with the ways of actually then contributing to R&D to be able to do that. Talent strategy, they basically get fueled by university partnerships and innovation hubs in China. In South Africa, from a SITA perspective, we do internal programs with interns and the likes. But the key recommendation is form strategic partnership and launch innovation hubs to be able to then build on the talent strategy. Data sovereignty, they have national infrastructure ownership there. Here is dependent on external vendors in the South African context. And here we're saying invest in sovereign cloud platforms and secure data centers, which is key because owning and controlling our data is very, very important given the digital transformation journey. Data governance, dedicated national entity in China that deals with data. From a South African context, emerging need for coordination. So here, everybody owns their data and the coordination becomes a challenge. Not to mention that data is not all in one place. Some on government platforms, some on private sector platforms, which is a challenge. And here we're talking about establish SITA as the data governance entity to be able to manage that. Procurement is more agile and modular in the way that they do it, so it's a lot quicker as opposed to our approach in South Africa, in the South African context. So we want to pilot agile procurement models to advocate for PMFA reform. I think in the new procurement policies that are coming out, or the procurement act with the regulations coming in will assist in terms of doing that. Smart infrastructure, in terms of IoT and AI, in terms of how they use that in China. In South Africa, we use a silo, vendor-driven type of approach, and we need to develop a national smart infrastructure strategy to be able to then drive. So a lot of insights in terms of how they function in China to try and look at how we can align and take some best practice out of that. So the conclusion is that we confirm that the strategic imperative for SITA to evolve, We've built some of that into our strategic direction, and we're working hard at embedding some of these strategic and operational best practices in the way that we improve our business as SITA. Thanks, Chair. That's the last presentation. And back to you.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to apologize that we went over time. I think the presentations were important in terms of demonstrating some of the developments since the last oversight. Sincerely apologize for your time, and thanks for accommodating us. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Chairperson Ms. Madao. Let me appreciate the presentation and welcome the presentation. And I can see that the spark that you had at Centec has been brought to SITA. So thank you so much. It's really refreshing. Colleagues, I think my colleagues will join me in welcoming the presentation. Last year when we undertook the oversight, it was under extreme circumstances. Given the fact that SITA has this mandate to be the entity that is at the forefront of providing all our IC system solutions. And clearly what we've seen here this morning is a move in that direction. And I think we're far from there, but let me welcome the presentation. Let me welcome the learnings across the board. Honorable members, you know, there's always a temptation to get stuck in SITA because we really get overjoyed when our entities get on with the act and they do what we want them to see them doing. But let me then allow colleagues to then engage the presentation, being mindful of the fact that we want to allow DTIC, the platform, at 11 o'clock so that we can also meaningfully engage DTIC. So honorable colleagues, let me then look for hands to engage the presentation. Honorable Mubani, I recognize you first, and thereafter followed by Honorable Matafa. Honorable Ngomane.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I think we really appreciate the presentation by SITA. Chair, what I would like to highlight is the SITA reforms exercise that is coming. Remember, Chair, we requested that we be updated continuously on that reforms. Because my concern, Chair, is that when we're hearing the CEO here, you can feel proud that everything is under control on the SITA. Somehow there's something that the SITA on the reform they must consider, is to look at in each and every department to have a representation of a SITA in them, sitting there on a daily basis, or some sort of account manager on a daily basis. And those people as well, when the departments, each department comes and presents to the portfolio committee, must accompany that department as a representative of SITA, because I'm sitting here, I'm hearing that SITA is having grips on many issues. They are doing good. But somehow there is this appetite, Chair, from departments to, I know it's a wrong appetite. I'm aware everything of us going. It's a wrong appetite. It's people who are hungry to get rid of SITA so that they start to do things in their own way, which must never be allowed. But when this department comes and present separately without SITA present as themselves in some portfolio committee, they are presenting a very misleading report about SITA. And unfortunately, SITA, there's no one there to defend SITA in those departments when they present, because there's no representatives from SITA. One example that I want to raise, there's many, Justice, Department of Justice, Cape Town, Home Affairs. For Home Affairs specifically, because I sit on that committee, you get a presentation that says, we don't get support here. These people, they don't even know when the problem is within their service provider or is within their department, not with the SITA, because they can't differentiate in the Home Affairs. Remember, they're not IT experts. They are mostly Home Affairs people. So now they can't differentiate that, oh no, the downtime was done by us. Everything, they blame it on SITA. So we will need that on the SITA reform, Chair, that the SITA clarifies how are they going to solve that miscommunication and that hunger by the department to let go of SITA with the wrong aim of doing things themselves. We need SITA to have a footing on all this department, on every activities that are happening in this department, as long as it is ICT related, so that we make sure that in government, SITA is controlling and is in charge of every ICT activity that is happening. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ngubane, for really assisting me and being succinct and being brief, and maybe also giving an example to other honorable members. Whilst everyone's enthusiastic, let's also be good hosts. We are hosting DTIC. You know, when someone comes to your home, you give them a good reception. So we don't want to shortchange. So thank you, Giabonga Kakulu, for assisting me in being brief. But your point is well received, that whilst you make the point and we're seeing progress, we're also not saying, and SITA is far from out of the woods, but we welcome the progress, but we want to ensure that there's consistency in other departments. But thank you so much, Honorable Ngubane, for your input. Honorable Matafa, as I invite members to also limit it to about 3 minutes and be brief and succinct so we can manage our time effectively. Honorable Matafa.
Thank you very much, Chair. Once again, good morning to everyone on the platform. Chair, let me join you in welcoming the presentations as made, as well as your sentiments that there is visible hard work that is being put into turning SITA around. So I would have had a question, and I think that this one, Honorable Ngubane, touches on it. And it would have been a question to ask, when it comes to customer retention, what is it that SITA is doing to ensure that those that they are trying to retain are aware of these particular interventions? Because it is important that as you try to retain customers, they also need to know what is it that you are doing to show that you value their business and continuous working relationship. So, Chair, mine are only just a few. The first one is on the lessons from the Hawaii trip. We agree with the view that there should be an increased R&D spending. Now, my question would be, what areas or budgetary line or projects that are going to be reviewed in order to free up expenditure or funds to be able to increase R&D from SITA side, if that is the direction that they are going to be taking? Chair, on the automation, and I appreciate the fact that it also speaks about bringing on startups. My focus there was on the backlog transaction initiatives. In the presentation, it is stated that the plan goes up until May 2026. But as we clear the backlogs, there will be new work that is coming in. Now, I'm interested to find out, how do you mitigate that risk? That as we're clearing backlog, there might be another backlog that might be created on the side. So what would be the impact of those automated tools as you are parallel trying to deal with the current backlogs, but at the same time preventing further backlogs from work that is coming in? Chair, the last one is actually on the issue of the Citizens app, the super app, very good initiatives. And SITA will indicate if whether our observation is incorrect, because ours is that we identify overlaps between this app and the work of DSU. If that is true, and obviously there would be identified challenges of stakeholder misalignment and role clarity between or within the DSU, what measures are being put in place to formalize the operational framework and clarify the leadership roles between SITA and DSU? Because where their roles overlaps, you might find that also there'll be an issue of not being clear who takes what responsibility. So I just want to be taken on board in terms of what is being done to ensure that that overlaps does not stifle this good work that we are seeing. Thank you very much, Chair. I will pause there and appreciate you giving me the opportunity to participate. Thank you, Chair.
And thank you, Honorable Matafa, for also assisting me in being brief and succinct, and we welcome your input. Honorable Bodlani, I welcome you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Chair, maybe let me start with the last point that was made on the trip to China. We have seen with the Department of Social Development, who took an entourage of officials to an overseas trip, and the issue of cost came about. While we appreciate everything and all the learnings that did happen, can perhaps the SITA and the leadership give us comfort to know that there was indeed value for money with that trip, with the officials that were taken, and of course, from the presentation that is made, there was indeed value for money, and there are learnings that could position SITA better as an operational entity within government. Because what we also do not want is AG coming back to flag this trip, to say there was irregularities. So I move on from that, Chair, and hope that the learnings will be implemented. And Chair, just to concur with you that Ms. Mudau does bring the magic to SITA that she kept at Centec, and it is really appreciated. And Chair, the presentations that we received this morning really inspire confidence to say SITA is on the correct trajectory, and there is an absolute hope that SITA will turn a corner. It was a really well thought and structured presentation. For me, perhaps as a way of comment to say, this looks good on paper, but what is going to, well, the value of all of this that was presented to us is really in the implementation and how we hold SITA accountable. I think as a portfolio committee, we are ready and we are willing to work with SITA to ensure that SITA positions itself as a preferred service provider. One of the things for me that I really missed with the presentations was to say, what is SITA's unique selling point, especially for government departments, sister government departments, to say that did not come out strongly, especially if SITA is going to come in the presentation and say, one of the things that they have reviewed is their pricing mechanism, to say they are now benchmarking with other service providers. If you are a client and you hear that you were charged higher by SITA, because that's how I'm understanding it, to say, because we've gone to the market, our prices are higher, and now we have benchmarked, and we are going to review our pricing, our price offering. I don't know, is there a way that we can say that without sounding like we were short charging or overcharging clients? And I don't know. And again, with the presentation that we have received, for me, it says that SITA has a sense of self-awareness. There is an awareness about their strengths, their weaknesses, opportunities. So that really comes across in this presentation. But does SITA have the human resources, the capacity to implement this? And this takes me back to the issue of the trip to China. We do not want to have taken people to China who are going to walk away before we see the value of their trip to China. What are we doing to ensure that the people that are at SITA are fit for purpose to translate this presentation into something that is implementable? Let me stop there, Chairperson, and thank SITA for the presentation and really wish them everything of the best as they reposition themselves as a preferred service provider for government IT services. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bodlani, for your excellent insights and input, and supporting me as well in saying that indeed Chairperson of the board has, together with the team, moving the trajectory of SITA in a direction where we want to see it going. Honorable Delisha, let me invite you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, my view is that
Honorable Delisha, we have to see your face.
I'm sorry, Chair, I have to apologize. I'm using an iPad. It would be very clumsy of to be skewed. I'm a very professional individual, you know that, Chair. I just request, I have a request, Chair, that you allow me to... Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. My view, Chair, is that I'm going to start with the Public Service Commission with the pilot I have, because there really has been a lot of reports that have been tabled in front of us. I would have really liked to engage each and every one of them, but I will prioritize the Public Service Commission report. My view, Chair, is that the presentation itself is, and I think this is something that we see all of us. For me, it is such a damning indictment of SITA, confirming, the growing operational service delivery and governance challenges within the agency. It really does validate long-standing public suspicions about the agency's, inefficiency and corruption. My ask then, Chair, that I see the investigation timeline has ballooned from the initial 3 months to, potentially 15 months. And I want to know, given that, SITA's failures are currently crippling service delivery, because that's what it has been doing in other government departments. Does the department have, now the Department of Communication, do they have an immediate intervention, some immediate interventions being put in place concurrently with this investigation to stop the bleeding and just to ensure that the departments can access critical IT services without, overpaying for them? I just want to know that, Chair. And maybe to say that the presentation notes the investigation will look, it lists what the investigation will look into, like accountability, competency, and leadership. Given the high turnover, Chair, of executives and board members, I'm just interested to know, to what extent does the department attribute these instabilities to political interference in SITA's governance? Because there has been, suspicion of political interference in SITA's governance. And will this investigation probe the role of the minister and the department in appointing and removing SITA's leadership? And maybe lastly on this issue, Chair, the Public Service Commission's mandate is to promote the principles of public administration. We know this, and this includes accountability. So if this investigation that they are doing reveals that senior officials in the department or previous ministers were complicit, through negligence or action in SITA's decline, what would be triggered to hold them accountable beyond, those who are employed at SITA? Because we always want other people to take the fall, but the ministers and executives never take accountability for their action, and you find that there's no concrete plan of action in implementing the recommendations. Like PSC would come with the recommendations, and you find out that there is not even a timeline for implementation of those things. And maybe, Chair, I also want to know from SITA, I'm interested to know if maybe the minister is considering dissolving the current SITA board and executive, and just replace them with people who are, ethically clear and technically competent, who are committed to transformation and in sourcing of skills and just turning around the agency. I just want to know his thought process in ensuring that SITA stops being the channel for public money to a few connected companies, and start building internal state capacity for the benefit of the people. And maybe the last one with supply chain, Chair, I'm listening, that they mentioned the cost saving as a benefit. And can we get the detail, of the projected impact on the workforce, and what is the plan? Because what are they going to do with the the current SITA, SCM, and the administrative jobs, that are at risk due to the automation. I just wanted to know that. And maybe lastly, let me ask with the Huawei. So Huawei correctly identifies our independence on external vendors, as a critical weakness, and recommends on, digital sovereignty. I just want to know, why is then SITA not leading the development of a state-owned national cloud infrastructure as a primary platform for this, as it is recommended, right? And all other government digital services, for that matter, are they? So I just want to know: are they building our national digital future, or they want us to be people who rent, indefinitely? Thank you very much. I hope I didn't take a lot of time.
Thank you, Honorable Felicia. I think the spirit of Honorable Shabaleng is in you. Honorable Shabaleng has been silent, but you have spoken for him as well. But thank you so much for your detailed inputs. Let me then welcome Honorable Singh, and after that, Honorable Megan Adonis, to really appeal to you to assist us, given the fact that I've been emphasizing we want to have a substantive amount of time to engage with DTIC. Honorable Singh, and thereafter Honorable Megan Adonis.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm not going to repeat points that have already been covered, but I think the important thing for me is obviously the framework between DSU and SITA, so that the roles, responsibilities, and positioning of the two institutions can actually be properly and formally regulated. Because if we don't do this, it's going to be constantly a hurdle for us to attain the efficiencies that we want to. Chair, is the performance of SITA where we want it to be? Absolutely not. But we cannot ignore the improvements being made and the improvements that we are seeing. So what we can hope for is that hopefully SITA has actually turned the corner now. Because what has actually happened is that I think SITA has been too reactionary, and they have not really been proactive in the way they used to do things, because they are a monopoly in terms of where all the departments procure their IT services. And if we look at how very, very poor the value for money proposition is that they offer at 24%, I think it came out, this is going to be one of the largest driving and motivating factors for departments to procure their own systems. So these are the things that SITA should have been looking at a long time ago. Now, when we are under threat of other departments being able to procure their own systems, if they can motivate in terms of the criteria that were stipulated, I think is a good wake-up call for SITA. I do want to concur on the point that Honorable Budlani made, and that is about the implementation. Chair, wonderful initiatives, the Super Citizen app, the SCM automation, but it's whether we're going to keep to those timelines and whether we're actually going to see it happen and functioning properly for the citizenry of this country. And my last point, Chair, would be the study tour to China. I would actually like to see regular updates on that in terms of what we decided we would adapt for the South African situation in terms of SITA, and what is the progress updates for the recommendations and the learning that they've made. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Singh, for your precise and brief input and for assisting me. Honorable Megan Achoki Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chair. If you can allow me, because I am using a handheld device, to keep my camera off as I ask my questions.
That's fine, Honorable Megan.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Greetings to honorable members and to the stakeholders who have engaged us. I'd like to appreciate the presentations that were presented before us. Chairperson, my questions, just to shoot straight, would be centered around the Super Citizen app. Now, one would know that any software system and application requires maintenance and also requires a regular updating. My question would be centered around where this resource allocation would be coming from. Is it then budgeted within the fiscus, or would other sister departments who are also plugging into that super app also going to contribute towards it? So basically, what is the funding model and the business plan that is put around capacitating and resourcing the My Super app? The second question I have, this would then now be centered around the service provider that has been identified, which has been indicated that they will then start with the progress or with the delivery of the work. Now, one wants to know, in terms of the planned out role, will we as a portfolio committee have privy to what are the strategic plans of the rolling out of the initiative and the program? And also, would we be privy to getting information of the service providers? And what was the vetting process to identify this particular service provider by SITA and through its initiative? Now, Chairperson, I appreciate that it has been alluded in the presentation, and this is one of the key concerning areas, which is the sovereignty of our data. And it's quite comforting to see that SITA is looking at this as a priority and an area of concern. Now, I think going forward, one would want to know what contingency plan is going to be put in place to reinforce to the assurance of the protection of the data, as SITA has indicated that the data can become spread across depending on the service providers that are procured by various departments. And I also have taken appreciation from my other colleague mentioning the fact that how do we ensure that SITA's service offerings are then competitive? Perhaps if we can have an indication of what are they then putting forward to government and government to business as part of the product and service offering that is competitive to other service providers, because I think they must have a competitive edge. And I don't see much of the mention of what it is that they are going to be putting on the table to entice existing customers or prospective customers. So I think if we can just get an overview of that. And then my last question, Chair, would be centered around, the initiative with Huawei and the implementation of, some of the recommendations and resolutions that have been taken. How do we scale that? And do we have some sort of tracking tool and model that seeks to provide us with guidance as to how we're going to implement it? What are the anticipated and expected outcomes? How are we going to measure them? What are the timelines? And are they achievable? And the closely linked to that would be the interdepartmental, consultation that then takes place. And I think what was mentioned here was that the reporting system of the services that are being provided by SITA in comparison to what SITA then presents to us are completely contradicting one another. So I think perhaps there needs to be a tool or I would say, yes, a tool that's put in place in order for us to keep track of services that are provided by SITA in comparison to services that are provided by external service providers in departments, so that we can have an accurate reporting mechanism, so that we do not find other departments incorrectly reporting on the work that is being done by SITA. But thank you very much, and really appreciating the work that has been done by SITA so far. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Choki Adonis, and thank you, colleagues, for your input and your pointed and sharpened inputs. Maybe let me just deposit one or two of my reflections, and before I hand back, just focusing on what I would consider to be something that's priority for me. Maybe I think, Honorable Choki, you mentioned that regarding data sovereignty, and one of the things that keeps me up, if there is something that keeps me up, is what if we have a huge data espionage incident in the country? Where is South Africa's data sitting? That's a critical question, and I think it's a question that content advisors of this committee need to note, because I think it's something that I would like to have then included in our strategic plan. We've heard the issue of establishing of data centers. We've heard of a cloud for our data, but we've also heard that data is sitting in other platforms. Does that make our country vulnerable? We have an immense amount of valuable data of South Africa sitting in finance, sitting in HR, in terms of our trade secrets, in terms of all our information. Where is that sitting? And I think SITA would be an important part of answering that question. And I do also then believe that it's a question that might cut across other entities. And if it is, then maybe it's something that is why I said to content advisors, it's something that we need to have this deeper conversation, possibly as a program, an item in our program for the next term, the issues surrounding data sovereignty, data storage, data access of South African data. Maybe the next question, and colleagues have alluded to that. I mean, the minister has created platforms and opportunities where if entities are able to make a business case, they would be able to source goods elsewhere. Obviously, there was a lot of political responses to that. And in terms of, we argued that we should not be strengthening, we should not be weakening SITA through the movement of volumes, but rather we should focusing on strengthening SITA so that it becomes purposeful to meet the needs. Has that migration or that sourcing of goods started taking place? Has SITA seen it? If it has seen it, what has been the impact of it, if any? Okay. And maybe the question around your trip to China, what is the role of SOEs, like how SITA plays in South Africa, and other SOEs? What is the role of SOEs in China in terms of supporting government mandates, particularly in the ICT sector? Maybe placed differently, does China place emphasis on private enterprises for it to support it to achieve its objective, or is China largely state-based, SOE controlled? The key critical aspects of maybe data sovereignty, etc., sits in the SOEs of China. And I don't think I'd want to add more to that. Those will probably be my three priorities, my apex priorities. Let me deposit that. And let me then refer back to DG. DG, maybe invite you to lead the responses, and through you, then you can decide how the response will be seen to DG.
Pardon me, Chair, I was just trying to unmute. It was a struggle. Chair, there is maybe it's a legacy hand from Honorable Chauke Adonis.
Honorable Chauke, I assume that's a legacy hand.
Yes, it is. Apologies. I'll put it down.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the honorable members. Perhaps to also emphasize that in the engagements that we've been having and the assessment that we are undergoing, as far as then SITA review and making sure that we strengthen its arm, Chair, as then the central arm. So what we do appreciate the comments. We are going to look at these particular matters as well. So I'd like to perhaps then request the DDG, Omega Shalembe, just on the PSC question or comment that was made to respond, and then I would like to hand over to the SITA Board and Management Chair. Although now I do see the Honorable Chabeleng's hand is up.
Honorable Chabeleng, is that a legacy hand? We've moved on to engagement, Honorable Chabeleng. You need to assist me.
No, it's not a legacy hand. I just wanted to engage with you. Before they answer, just a quick one. I'm not going to take too long. Yeah, so I just wanted to understand maybe if we can be given a context. I'm still struggling. I'm following the whole report with PSC and SITA, but I'm struggling to understand what was the trigger with regards to the calling for this particular investigation. Was there a particular issue, or is there a particular case of corruption that made this particular report, as well as the calling for this investigation, arise? I just wanted to get that started. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Shabaleng. I'm sure DDG Shelembe will briefly reflect on that, considering that I think Honorable Shabaleng, Honorable Singh, etc., are new members. They were not with us last year. So maybe through you, DG, let's invite DDG Shelembe, as you indicated, to include the question raised by Honorable Shabaleng as well.
Okay, I could also do that. Thank you to Honorable Shabaleng. Honorable members, last year, December, the Portfolio Committee conducted an oversight, as it is norm. In particular, they then went to visit SITA. During the oversight of which then they were focusing with regards to the issues related to the performance of SITA, as you would know, service delivery issues that were also stemming from previous engagements. There was a number of presentations as well as comments that were made by both management of the SITA at the time and the board. It then necessitated, Chair, I would be corrected, but then there was a question of whether this particular matter was going to be dealt with by the Portfolio Committee or by the ministry. The minister, being present, took it upon himself to say he will definitely look into the matter. Hence, when looking at the matter and ensuring that the process is independent and there would be thorough investigation, we then approached the Public Service Commission to assist us with then conducting this investigation. The investigation and the reason why we approached the Public Service Commission, honorable members, was based on the fact that the Public Service Commission was the one who had tabled the review with regards to the service delivery matters related also with SITA. So that is the basis of then that particular investigation. My understanding was that it was both the Portfolio Committee and the minister or the ministry who felt that there was a need for a deep dive as well as an investigation in this regard. Chair, maybe with then your permission, I'm just going to request then DDG Shelembe to just respond. Suffice to say that we've heard the request to say there should be periodical updates that we should make to the Portfolio Committee, of which we will do so, Chair. DDG Shelembe.
Thank you very much, DG, and thank you again, Chairperson. I think the relevant questions really about the PSC investigation were raised particularly by Honorable Tsilishe, and who observes that the presentation in terms of the scope of the work of the investigators essentially reads like a catalogue or a damning catalogue of indictment to SITA. It is true that these are the damning allegations leveled against the organization, but we are saying, let's please allow now time for the investigators to go deeper into these allegations and determine if they are true, one, but also determine the true root causes for these things to fester at SITA. So the investigators have been given an unfettered discretion to interview and investigate all matters related to the 5 categories that I mentioned, including service delivery challenges, professionalism problems, as well as leadership instability. So that will go into as well investigating the high turnover, particularly at the executive level and the CEO office, particularly over the past 5 years of the duration of this investigation. The observation or the other question was whether the investigation would hold ministers and other executives accountable for these transgressions and failures of corporate governance at SITA. Again, the investigators have this unfettered discretion. They will make recommendations on how best to manage SITA going forward, but also that will give us insight as to what would have been the challenges or the transgressions perhaps of the previous leadership insofar as SITA is concerned. So the whole notion or idea of bringing about an accountability framework for political executives as well as management executives will be developed as a result of this exercise. I think I've covered then the issues related to SITA. Thank you very much.
I think I can thank you. I think firstly, I want to appreciate the encouraging and positive feedback that we are receiving from honorable members. I also wish to also confirm that this is teamwork. I can certainly confirm that from the board, as well as the management team as led by Mr. Reddy, and every citizen, I think there is a sense of awareness that we are not where we want to be, but we are also not where we used to be. And there is work being put in to ensure that we move towards that. And I certainly agree with the observation by Honorable Budlani that of self-awareness, that we are certainly aware of the challenges and we are definitely tackling them. And I certainly believe that the report of this committee, the oversight report, was one of those catalysts in terms of us focusing on some of the key areas, and as well as the clear directive that we got from the department as well as the minister. I think with that, there are key observations that I would want to comment on before I invite the AMD to respond on some of the matters. I think there's a good point that was made by Honorable Ngubane in terms of there are instances where maybe SITA is not well represented in terms of being able to answer for itself. In some of those instances, maybe we can look at how do we ensure that we can get the correct messaging out. And I think it has been a focus that we've been working on. But I think added to that, one thing that we are not going to shy away from is in terms of being accountable, where SITA certainly has to answer in instances where there has been failure on our part. But another thing that we're also going to do is to also directly address in instances where some of these accountabilities lie somewhere else. And I certainly agree that there has to be a thought in terms of how do we position with different stakeholders and representation. But also just to add, there is certainly a focus in terms of business development and representation, as well as client engagement with different clients to ensure that the messaging is consistent. I think Honorable Matafa raised a point of saying that how are we going to ensure that there is still money that's going to be allocated for R&D? Where will that come from? And I think it's a good point, looking at the fact that from a pricing review perspective, we've had to be competitive, as Honorable Chauke was also observing. We had to ensure that we review our pricing, and in some instances, like with the network pricing, had resulted in a drop. Now, we're speaking on the learnings that we've had from China in terms of increasing allocation in R&D. All of these things will have to be faced in. key priorities right now was how do we address some of our key clients' concerns? And from a revenue perspective, what we forecasting, there's been a slight decline, though as the AMD has presented, we're also working on how we ensure that we bring in new services, new solutions. We also capture new clients to ensure that the gap in the revenue is closed. So Honorable Matafa, I think to the question of allocation of R&D, it is going to be phased. And in terms of the approach right now is how do we grow this revenue such that we can have a pool? And it might be that in terms of the target that we're speaking for from an R&D perspective, we might face it in the outer years. The other one that I would just want to comment on is in terms of the overlap, possible overlap that was also observed in our presentation. And I think as led by the department, there has been engagement. I can also confirm here that an MOU has been drafted to address exactly that, clear role definitions and accountability. And that is to ensure we don't duplicate efforts. That is to ensure that there's clear role definition. It is also to ensure that in terms of continuity of all the initiatives and how they're embedded, they will ensure long-term sustainability. So that is certainly one of those that are being finalized. Another one is on the comment that was made by Honorable Bodlani. You are quite correct in terms of the cost that this can have. I think the leadership here by Mr. Reddy in terms of initiating this particular trip to China is one that was good in terms of ensuring that we leverage on some of the framework agreements that are there, but not only that, ensure that it follows a transparent process as well, and it's also cost effective. So in that regard, there was a responsible way of ensuring that in as much as this is a necessary learning initiative, but it's also responsible and cost effective. I think you were correct in terms of when we go on the trips, it is important that we are able to demonstrate that learnings are being implemented. And I can certainly assure you that we have ensured coming out of this trip, some of the things that were presented by the AMD, there's actually an active service in a working group between EXCO as well as the board in ensuring that some of these learnings, as you've seen, one of the key things that was highlighted was a high performance culture. There's a culture initiative that is part of our service transformation initiative that is currently in the works. And it's part of the things that we've learned out of this. And yes, right now, the results might not be showing, but I can assure you that different initiatives right now are underway to ensure that this trip and the learnings are put to good use. The other one that I might just want to comment on is in terms of ensuring independence that was raised by Honorable Xilishe. I can certainly assure, and I think the AMD will add to it in terms of vendor vetting. As I've said, even when it came to this particular process, there's different framework agreements with different OEMs and how we leverage on them. There are policies behind them to ensure that there's a level of independence and good governance behind that. I think, Honorable Singh, you are correct. And as I've said earlier, we are definitely where we need to be, but we are certainly in motion to get to that. And we certainly are aware of some of the things that we need to address. And we appreciate when honorable members point out some of these issues that might be in a blind spot that we need to add. And certainly we will ensure that there is value for money in some of the investments that we are making. I think the point of ensuring that there isn't duplication of efforts that was made by an Honorable Singh, I've responded to that. I think Honorable Adonis, you are quite correct in terms of ensuring that the commercialization behind the Citizen Super App should be such that it's self-funding. And that's the model that we're working into. Because when it comes to consumption of services, there would be costs and fees that would be payable on that to ensure that, so there is a whole business case and a model built behind that. But the Citizen Super App, as the AMD has presented, is beyond just consumption of services. There is an element of also product and solutions being provided on there. So it's much broader, and ensuring that it is sustainable is also one of those key things. And I will leave the questions that Honorable Suprathi has raised to the AMD, as well as some of them. If you can come in AMD, I'll come in at the end if there's anything else. Over to you, AMD.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll just kind of slot in the areas that I believe I could add to. So on client representation, Chair, yes, supported. We do have customer advocates and relationship managers that can fit in there. In terms of regaining customer confidence, yes, we're working with each of the clients in terms of the price reductions, in terms of the leads from GovTech, so we can make sure we follow through with the aspects that we put in there. From an R&D perspective, it's twofold. So we're looking at partnerships to come in and be able to build platforms and look at a revenue sharing model, but also we're putting in budget in terms of R&D for things that we are building internally. Backlogs in terms of old versus new and how we manage this. We're bringing in capacity on a fixed term basis to assist us with the backlogs while we then focus on automation. And in terms of risks associated to, let's say, staff losses, there isn't, because we are very lean in the supply chain process at the moment, being cognizant of the fact that we're automating and we're using contract resources to be able to deal with the backlogs so that we remain lean as we move forward. In terms of, does SITA have the capacity to translate? Yes, we have plans in terms of doing that, both partnership as well as capacitation with the right skills. But the alignment is a balance between the current SITA and the future SITA in terms of repurposing. And we have got position papers working with the DCDT to be able to look at the future SITA and then capacitate accordingly. If we look at the aspects dealing with data by Honorable Subrati, definitely data is a risk, and we need to be able to understand how data is managed as a country. If you look at China, some of the learnings there, the data is definitely managed by government, and data is used to then fuel the intelligence to go digital transformation. They certainly tap into private sector in China, but control in terms of data and the key elements to ensure sovereignty of the state is run by state entities to ensure that the state is not at risk in any way. And then there was a question on the impact of the regulation in terms of procurement. Are government departments leaving SITA? So far, we did receive a few letters inquiring about, wanting to use the 17.8. But up to date, no client has effectively then done that. But we do have questions around whether we can deliver on time and the possibilities of using 17.8. So clients are exploring them, but in effect, as we discuss with clients, we try and make sure that we address matters to try and prevent clients from leaving us. So far, we're managing it with clients on a case-by-case basis. Thanks, Chair. I think that's what I would like to add.
Thank you, AMD. Honorable Chair, you can indicate if there are any questions that we might have left out. We'll hand over back to you.
No, thank you so much. I think you have sufficiently covered me. I don't see many major gaps, Chairperson of the board. And I think the point is noted regarding the data sovereignty. And it's something as a portfolio committee we have noted, and we will then carry that forward. I think, colleagues, let us park the SITA off, and let's thank the team from SITA for what I believe is a very hopeful presentation. And I think as members of the portfolio committee, we can take comfort that we have impacted in terms of, as the chairperson of the board had indicated, that oversight visit and the report that follows was what actually incubated a lot of what we're seeing here. And I think our ability to be responsive as a portfolio committee and be decisive. You recall last year when we went, what guided our urgency was the old board was going to, I think it expired end of January, and we felt that if we do an oversight in January, a lot of the members would have been gone, etc. We won't have the benefit of being able to engage, and we decided to be decisive and responsive then. And I think that is something that we should learn from. I think we managed to get it right. Similarly, the MDDA oversight that we've confirmed for 11th is coming off in a similar vein around similar circumstances. So thank you so much to the portfolio committee as well, to the team that has assisted us so that we as public servants deployed into this portfolio committee are able to serve the people of South Africa, and together collaborating with the department, the entities, move us in a direction closer. We ultimately impact the lives of the people of this country. So, dear Momo, thank you so much to everybody, and thank you so much once again to the team from the SITA, led by the department and led by the chairperson of board. We'll now step off this item on the agenda. Let me thank you. You're most welcome to stay on, or you're most welcome to exit the platform. Colleagues, that was the presentation which I tried very hard as I invite the delegation from DTIC led by the Honorable DM Godlimpi. I tried to allow the platform to welcome you as a host at 11, but I was unable to do that, and you can appreciate the robust conversation that took place. So without further ado, I invite DM Godlimpi to do the presentation, to lead the presentation to us for his opening remarks, and thereafter lead his team to do the presentation regarding from the DTIC with regards to EEIPs, etc. And we're looking forward to welcoming this presentation. And before I maybe invite, let me just also indicate that members of us who are traveling to the Africa Tech, maybe Secretariat can confirm in the group that transport will be coming to our own homes at 1 p.m. to fetch us. That is important because it means then we can all stay at our stations right until 1 p.m. We don't then need to move to the public transport and then disrupt the flow of the meeting. So Hajira, and if you could check with Mr. Erasmus and confirm that those of us who are traveling, we will get transport at our homes at 1 p.m. Thank you so much. And let me then welcome DM Godlimpi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me try. Oh, there you go. I hope you can see me.
Yeah, well, we can see you.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Also allowing us to sit in a very informative session of the portfolio committee. As you've indicated, Honorable Chairperson, we have been asked to come and update or inform the portfolio committee on the work of the EEIPs. Now, just to set the scene, there are a few matters of context that I thought I should start with so that we frame the conversation in a helpful manner. We figured that it would not be helpful to venture straight into the EEIPs without locating them in their legislative context. The EEIPs are just but one instrument of many in the implementation of especially the BBBEE Act. And therefore the team will do, I think as reflected in the presentation that they sent, the team covered a bit of a contextual framing of the issues and how the EEIPs therefore arise in that context. The second issue that is important in that regard, Honorable Chair, with respect to what we are here for today, is the whole question about the relationship between sector codes and the BBBEE Act. That is, how do the ICT sector codes arise, and therefore how do the EEIPs relate to that? We, of course, have prepared a bit of detailed information on what has been the performance of EEIPs generally in the ICT sector with respect to increased investments, on successful multinational partnerships, and measurable support for Black-owned ICT SMMEs and digital skills development, as requested by the committee. So to date, if we speak about the total cumulative investment agreement from the EIPs, we are sitting at about 12.8 billion rands. That's the ballpark figure. And we have had about 23 partnerships in sectors such as auto, ICT, and financial services around the EIPs generally. And the impact, as we computed it in 2024, and the support for black-owned firms has been anywhere around 5.4 billion rands into these IPs, and the jobs numbers have been about 12,464, and so on. So those are the numbers that the committee had asked for, and we've covered generally all the EIPs, but we will try and make our focused interventions with respect to the ICT sector. Now, there are other complexities, Honorable Chair, that the committee will have to note. But the team will get into the detail of that about how the BBBE Act must be understood in conjunction with the Act that governs the ICT sector, and how certain provisions are specified in the BBBE Act but are not so much specified in the ICT Act. It's going to be very important to note that point. But if I come to what I suppose is the issue that elicited this conversation in South Africa now in general, and what has been the attitude of the DTIC, it's that there are profound misunderstandings about how BBBE legislation works. And sometimes when incidents arise, these misunderstandings play themselves out into public discourse, and we end up not knowing what is true and what is not true. And the Starlink issue is especially instructive because most of the discourse around this question arose when the DTIC received an application from Starlink. And that has also evolved since earlier this year. So the nature of the initial application and the current application that has now been brought to the DTIC have evolved over time. The first one is that the initial ask was for particular firms to be exempted from BBBE as a general rule. That was the starting point. That there should be firms that are allowed to operate in the South African economy without complying with BBBE. Now that's not saleable. That's not possible at all. The second one has been about an impression that there could be provisions such as the EEIP that are used as a substitute for BBBE. And again, I want to make this point clear to members. The EEIPs are not a substitute for BBBE. They are an instrument of implementing BBBE when there are peculiar circumstances that inhibit a particular company from effecting all the provisions of BBBE. And I'll make this case in point and how the EIPs arose. If you are Subrathi Limited, you are a firm, it's called Subrathi Limited, and you go to another country, and in that country you are required to form a partnership. It could be any country, it could be China, it could be the US, it could be whoever, and they say to you, for you to operate in this market, you need to dilute the shareholding in your firm, right? There might arise an instance where, because of the nature of your company as a global firm, so you're a global company that operates in 140 jurisdictions, it is impossible for you to dilute your shareholding stake across all 140 firms, right? Then you make the point that I'm not in a position to do this legally, but I'm willing to comply with the intentions of the policy of that country. So the equity equivalent, it's in the name. The equity equivalent is for the firm to do something with respect to investment that is of an equivalent value to the equity that it would have had to dilute. This is a very important point to understand, because it's an equity equivalent investment program. Now, that would mean we need to then do evaluation of what is the value of that equity that you would have had to dispose of, and then structure an investment program that is consistent with that amount from an impact point of view. But it doesn't mean once you've done the equity equivalent program, all the other obligations of triple BEE, you are no longer now expected to comply with them. So I thought, Honorable Chair, I must start off with just those descriptive points so that it is better understood what the team will be reflecting on. I am now going to ask the team to project the actual presentation notes and take the team through. I am accompanying, let me put it like that, the DDG, and we also brought in the commissioners as well from the Competition Commission and the Triple BEE Commission, because some of these equity equivalent programs arise as a consequence of rulings by the Competition Commission, and the Triple BEE Commission is the custodian of Triple BEE legislation. So if there are areas where some technical explanations must be provided for and the history of the equity equivalent programs over time, they will be in a good position to do that. But DDG Susan and team are here on the platform with me. I will hand over to them. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable DM. DG Susan, let me welcome you to the platform.
Thank you, Chair and DM. DDG Susan will join us a bit later. She's traveling, so I've been asked to do the presentation. My name is Jacob Maputa. I'm the Chief Director responsible for Triple BEE. And thanks to DM for providing the scene as well as giving that beautiful context about EIP. Thanks once again also to the committee for allowing us to share with you the performance of the EIP program, especially as it relates to the ICT sector, but also to discuss with you then how do we ensure that we strengthen our implementation as well as our monitoring instruments. I think
Mr. Maputa, if I can just interject, let me just, whilst I welcome you, just indicate that I've allocated 30 minutes for this presentation. I would have wanted to have given you more, so it allows us time for engagement, a reasonable time, never going to be sufficient time for engagement before 1 p.m. when members will have to leave. Honorable members, I can confirm that the vehicles will be coming to our homes to fetch us, so therefore there's no need for us to break at 12 and 12:15 to fetch our buses. So that allows us a little bit more time here to be engaged in this portfolio committee. So Mr. Maputa, as I invite you, you have at least 30 minutes to do the presentation, and thereafter we'll allow an opportunity for engagement. Thank you. Over to you.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I'll do my best to do so. I think the first part of the presentation, which was shared, I'll consider it as read, but just to highlight in terms of the objectives of Triple BEE as we locate where EIP fits in. So the BE legislation has got 6 objectives, and those objectives are linked to the elements or to the pillars of the legislation. The first one being the key one, which is about ensuring that we de-racialize the economy, ensuring that we ensure that there is meaningful participation of Black people in the economy as owners of existing as well as new enterprises. But it also goes further to say that we need to ensure that in de-racializing the economy, that we include workers, communities, as well as other forms of collective enterprises as owners. So moving away from narrow empowerment, but ensuring that empowerment is at broad base as it is, by ensuring that the workers as well as the communities are also part of the ownership of the economy. The other objective is about ensuring that we transform the management as well as the control of enterprises, ensuring that in line with our employment equity objectives and policies, that we ensure that there is transformation in terms of the control as well as the management of enterprises. So these are the 5 pillars of BEE. The first one being ownership, which we'll spend most of the time today speaking about it, because the EIP talks to the ownership element. The first one is ownership. The second one is management control. As I said, it's about ensuring that there is diversity and genuine participation at decision-making level, at management control level of entities, so that all entities in South Africa, at least, they reflect the demographic and the diversity of our country. The third pillar is skills development, which requires that entities, established entities in particular, do spend in education, in ensuring that we build capacity as well as skills within the economy, so that we enable the broad participation of in particular young people and those that are unemployed in being productive. So the skills development element talks to that, and that can be done through provision of bursaries, through provision of internships and other employment opportunity mechanisms. The fourth pillar is about enterprise and supplier development, which is, if you like, equivalent to SMME development, ensuring that established businesses do diversify their value chains by ensuring that they give opportunities for new enterprises, for Black enterprises, for SMMEs to be able to be the suppliers of goods and services within their value chain. And then the last one, socioeconomic development, which is equivalent to corporate social investment, ensuring that established entities do invest in marginalized community and poor community, so that there is stimulation in terms of economic activities. Now, the BEE Act mandate the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition to issue the codes of good practice. The codes of good practice are what guide implementation of BEE. So you've got the BEE Act, which gives the legislative mandate to BEE. Then you've got the codes of good practice, which are the secondary legislation that guides how BEE should be implemented. But then the X goes further to say that in instances where there are sectors that will want to have their own sectoral codes, in other words, not be measured in terms of the generic codes of good practice issued by the Minister of Trade and Industry and Competition, such sectors will be allowed to develop their own sector codes, or as we know them, sector charters. However, the process must be inclusive, It must involve all sector stakeholders, industry players, associations, labor, civil society, and so forth, also as well as the line ministry in developing such sector code. Then the final approval and gazette of such a sector code are vested with the Minister of Trade, Industry, and Competition to ensure that there is consistency between the sector codes as well as the BE Act, including the codes of good practice. So what is the purpose for having a sector code like we have the ICT one is to ensure that we use the sector code to address sector-specific peculiarities or sector-specific issues that would otherwise not be addressed sufficiently by the generic codes. The generic codes are there to guide implementation across all sectors of the economy. However, the sector code are unique in that they bring it closer to home by saying that in the ICT sector, these are the issues these are the transformation challenges that we would like to address, and this is how those challenges will be addressed. Now, looking into the ICT sector, which is the topic for discussion, the very first version of the ICT sector code was promulgated in 2012, and then later on amended in 2016. So the current version that is being implemented in the sector was gazetted in 2016. Just to highlight that the ICT Sector Charter Council, which is the body that is responsible for developing the sector code, the ICT sector code, is in the process of amending the current version as well to strengthen implementation, but also to bring about some of the emerging issues within the sector and also taking into account what is happening globally. So in terms of the scope of application of the ICT sector code, it says that it includes all person, organizations, and entities that are operating within the ICT sectors, including services related to data processing, transmission, broadcasting, provision of telecommunication, as well as information and technology service. So all entities and organizations that are operating within this scope means that they are bound to comply with the ICT sector code when they measure their BE performance. The code itself, the ICT code, says that it aims to redress past imbalances as a regard to the information and communication technology by ensuring that there is acceleration in Black economic empowerment, and in the process ensuring that there is breaching of the digital divide. It further aims to stimulate and support growth in the sector, so ensuring that the ICT sector is able to grow as well as addressing the challenges of unemployment as well as poverty alleviation. One of the key targets that has been set by the ICT sector code by the sector stakeholder is a compliance target or ownership target of 30% for ownership by Black people, as well as 10% ownership by Black women, which is the target that the sector set way back in 2016. As I said, the sector council is busy with the review of the current sector code, and I'm sure that will include also relooking at whether the 30% is still relevant or if it has to be increased, as it shows that the sector might have reached to some extent that target. So, as I mentioned, the Minister of Communication and Digital Technology appointed the ICT Sector Charter Council, which is the body that developed the sector code, monitor its implementation, as well as the impact on an annual basis. The role of the sector council will be to report to the country to say in the ICT sector code, this is the progress that we are making with regard to the transformation of the sector. Maybe because of time, let me move then straight to the equity equivalent. As the DM mentioned, equity equivalent address only one particular element of the scorecard. As I've highlighted, there are 5 elements of the scorecard. Ownership is one of them, and the legislation or the ICT sector code states that ownership can be equity ownership can be effected through various means, directly or indirectly, through empowerment or ownership by individuals, ownership by black-owned companies, ownership by trusts, broad-based schemes, employee share schemes, and also through sale of assets, which is when the company decide that we will sell a portion of our company to deserving black entrepreneurs. That also is recognized in terms of the legislation as a form of ownership. However, there are instances where, as the mentioned, where the entity or the multinational is unable to sell or to effect equity as per the mentioned ways. And in order to address that, the legislation introduced what we call the equity equivalent investment program. So it is an equivalent of not being able to sell equity using the highlighted instrument, but this only applies to multinational entities that operate here in South Africa. It does not apply to the South African-based entities. And also to emphasize the point that those multinationals are still or must still comply with the other 4 areas of the scorecard. So they are not exempted from complying with management control, ensuring that there is diversity in their management makeup. They are not exempted from complying with skills development. They still have to account on that. They are not exempted from complying with enterprise and supply development. They are still expected to ensure that there is diversity in their value chain in terms of suppliers, as well as not being exempted in terms of complying with the socio-economic development element. So it's only the ownership aspect where the legislation allow them to be able to participate in the EIP. In terms of how they contribute, the ICT sector says that if there's a multinational that qualified to participate in the EIP, they will measure their contribution either through 30% of the value of their operation in South Africa, or using the 4% turnover of the South African operation. So depending on which one is the highest, the one that is the highest is the one that the multinational will use to make the contribution. But for the ICT sector, in most cases, the revenue, the 4% revenue is the one that is the highest, given that the most of them, the asset value might not be as high. So in almost of all the multinational that are participating in the ICT sector, they use the 4% of annual revenue as a contribution towards the EIP. And then in terms of duration of EIP, the duration is up to 10 years, depending on the value of investment. If the contribution is about 100 million, the agreement will be, or the duration of the program will be up to 10 years. However, if it's lower than that, it could be 3 years or 5 years or 7 years, as I said, depending on the value of the contribution as determined by the 30% or the 4% revenue. And then in terms of then what, so we've determined the contribution, what must the contribution be used for? So as a substitute or as an alternative of not being able to sell equity, what is it that the multinational must do with the 4% value or with the 30% in order to make a contribution? So the law says that firstly, the contribution that the multinational must make must be aligned to the strategic policy of government, industrial policy, and other priorities of government and of the country, to ensure that whatever investment that we get out of that, it's being utilized, towards areas that have been identified as areas of priorities, as areas of growth, and as areas that we can be able to leverage in order to be able to grow the economy. And those areas include areas on supplier development, enterprise and supplier development. In other words, ensuring that the multinational does support and develop black suppliers. So only black companies, just to emphasize, only black companies can be the beneficiaries of EIP, meaning they must at least be 51% directly black owned. As I said, this is a substitute or an alternative for not being able to do ownership. So in that spirit, the EIP can only be utilized to support black companies. The other area is critical skills development. So within the ICT sector, for example, what are those key skills that we need that will be able to ensure that we enable the beneficiary to have the skills that will make them to be productive in the economy, but also the skills that we need as a country to be able to grow our ICT sector to be competitive, to be globally competitive. The other area of contribution is on black industrialist development. So how do we use the technology that the multinationals can be able to bring or to assist black industrialists so that they are more efficient and more productive in producing whatever products that they are producing. And then the fourth area of contribution is with regard to research and development. So those are broadly the four areas, but as I said, that depends on the sector, and each sector will then identify what are the key areas within the sectors that relates to supplier development, that relates to skills development, black industrialist development, as well as research and development. And then as a benefit for the multinational, they get the 25 BE points. So same to those that would have done equity deal, they get 25 points. So the same thing apply also with regard to EIP. The multinational get up to 25 points. And they can also get the proportional point if they are not fully compliant. In other words, if they don't make a full contribution, as some of the multinational may indicate that they are unable to afford the full compliance. This is just to contrast or compare the equity ownership versus the EIP. I think the key one being that EIPs are approved, centralized, approved by the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, with the support, of course, of the sector line ministries, in the process, also we signed an agreement with the multinational for the duration of the EIP. And as I said, if there is non-compliance, their certificate, their EIP certificate can also be revoked if they don't comply with what would have been agreed in the memorandum of agreement. That memorandum of agreement is informed by a business plan that will outline the milestone quarterly as well as annual milestone that the multinational must reach for each of the period, and on a quarterly basis also they are obligated to submit their quarterly report in terms of how they are achieving the milestone that would have been agreed in the business proposal, as well as the memorandum of agreement. I think the DM did touch on this with regard to the SCA, the Electronics Act, the fact that currently it does not recognize other forms of ownership, such as the EIP, and of which on the 23rd of May, the Minister of Communication and Digital Technology issued a policy direction on how to ensure that there is alignment and in dealing with the overall recognition of ownership in terms of the ECA. So the outcomes of that process will then determine how the entities that are currently regulated through the ECA, which are in broadcasting and so forth, will be treated in terms of the EIP. I think also the DM did touch on this, the cumulative agreements that we've had so far, which is 12.8 billion. I've just added that in the ICT sector constitute 3.5 of that 12.8 billion, and these are through 6 companies in the ICT sector. In terms of jobs, over 12,000 jobs that have been created. For the ICT, we are looking at about 2,268 jobs, and the support being given to at least 245 enterprises, mostly SMME, in various forms, whether through procurement as well as actual, grant support and other forms of support. These are the multinationals in the ICT sector that have participated or are participating. The only one that is no longer participating is HP. They participated in the program. They were one of the first in 2007, and then their EIP expired around 2013, and have since decided not to participate. You also have Microsoft. They are on their 3rd program. They started with us in 2011. It expired. They came back in 2020. It expired, and then last year we signed with them a new program. We've got IBM, which is also expiring this year, and we are busy with a new program that they have indicated that they would like to also proceed. Same thing applies to Dell SA. We also have Samsung, which started with us in 2019, and then we've got Amazon Web Service as well as Amazon Data Service. So these are the 6 multinationals that are participating or have participated in the EIP program. Now, just to give key highlight of some of the program, the 6 program, starting with Samsung. As I said, in 2019 they were approved to participate, and their main 3 key areas of focus is with regard to support for SMMEs, and support for black industrialists in the e-waste recycling, as well as support in terms of skills development. On skills development, they do partner with the universities, in particular University of Limpopo, as well as the University of the Western Cape, UWC. This is one of the things that we always emphasize, that they need to partner with especially the previously disadvantaged or historically black universities, so that we are able to channel the whatever resources to those universities. So in terms of the achievements to date for the Samsung program, been able to support at least 6 SMMEs or businesses with regard to funding, as well as other support services. They also had 28 startups that they also supported in terms of the bootcamp, as well as seed funding. Then the black industrialists, the 2 black industrialists in the e-waste sector, that they are assisting in terms of the resources, the warehouse, as well as the material that they, including certification that those companies requires. In terms of the skills training, to date, been able to to support or to train at least 553 software developers, with an absorption rate of 90% into the job market, and also in terms of the artisan program, 162, and they work with TVET colleges, as well as municipalities such as your Ekurhuleni. And then the number of jobs that have account to date that have been created through the Samsung is 558. Then we've got the IBM South Africa program, which I said is just come to an end this year. The main focus was on 3 areas. The first being on research and development, the creation of a research lab here in Braamfontein. I think it's one of the 8 that they have around the world, that they were able to establish here in South Africa, to use it to as part of research, but also in addressing some of the socio-economic challenges that we have through as a country through research, and with that they work. Since they are in Braamfontein, they work very closely with Wits University as part of that, and these are some of the achievements that have been able to be realized through the establishment of the lab in when it was developed in 2015, 2016. The second area of their focus is on enterprise development, supporting the SMMEs, especially in the ICT sector, where they've been able to support at least 94 beneficiaries with 134 jobs created. Then the last area of their focus of their program was with regard to support for postgrad students, honor students, masters, as well as PhD in the computer side or ICT sector, and at least 74 scholarship and bursaries were given to students, all of them black students. And Dell SA, the main program, the main focus of the program was on skills development, with the establishment of the Kulisa Academy in Joburg, in order to address the ICT sector skills. And that academy is still operational, and it was designed as a high performance skills, computer skills academy. On an annual basis. They do take recruit students that they go through the training, and then they go on and be absorbed into the job market. But also there's an element of entrepreneurship. So for those students that show an incline to be entrepreneurs, we're also able to assist them so that they can be able to establish or start their own company. So today the program has been able to impact through jobs, 124 direct jobs, majority of them being female. And also, as part of the transformation, we said that whatever that the academy procure must also ensure that there is empowerment by procuring or acquiring services from suppliers that are transformed or suppliers that are black owned. So to date, for the past 10 years, at least 51 suppliers have been able to benefit through the procurement processes of the academy. Then we've got the Microsoft, as I mentioned, they are on their third program, which was approved last year for the next 10 years. But in the past, we've had the version 1. The version 1 in 2010 was, the main focus was on development and assistance of an independent. I see there's a hand chair. I don't know whether I should stop or you'll guide me.
Yes, Honorable Chauvelin. Honorable Chauvelin, can I recognize you?
No, Chair, it's not an interruption, and is to say I will be the first to ask the question to the Minister, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chauvelin.
All right.
Please proceed, DDG.
Okay. Yes. So eight ISV entities that were supported in the first version, with 186 jobs created. In the second version in 2019, we then said let's expand the program to include also using the technology in areas like agriculture, manufacturing, and so forth, as well as an app factory, and that was able to also create 757 job opportunity. Then the current program, as I said, which is still fairly new, that will be implementing for the next 10 years, which also built from the two previous program. yeah, so this is also just expanding on version 2, as I said, on some of the achievements that were able to use the Microsoft to assist some of the identifier entities in agriculture, providing them with the technology that they are able to use as a solution, and also to assist them in their production efficiencies. In that regard, 3 entities were able to benefit in the agri sector, and then 5 in the manufacturing sector. And in terms of the app factory, they also able to assist at least 840 youth with the ICT skill, and some of the ISVs were able also to have a global footprint, been able to be assisted, to be able to have to expand into the rest of the continent as well as abroad. AWS and ADS program, the agreement in 2019 was for them to develop at least 47 SMMEs, black SMMEs, the cohort, for a period of 7 years through an enterprise development and incubation program. So they're identifying SMMEs across the country that they are able to include in the program, and help them to develop, help them to be accredited in terms of some of the ICT accreditation, so that they are able to to service some of the opportunities that AWS and other multinationals is able to provide. The program is coming to an end. We've been able to achieve the 47 and also another one. So all in all, 48 black SMMEs that have been onboarded onto the program, and that are being assisted. We do also do site visit to some of the SMMEs independently, so that we also check. We don't only rely on what the multinational say, but that we are also able to check that indeed they are getting the necessary support that the multinational is saying. So as part of the monitoring and evaluation process that we do conduct as the department. Then the last one, HP, which expired, and as I said, in 2013, was one of the first program, and it was also focus on skills through identification of SMMEs and assisting them to employ the skills that they require in order for them to grow. So it was structured more as a learnership, but done through a identification of an SMMEs, and so bringing on board young people that are able to be placed in those SMMEs as learners, and then be trained in those skills, so that they are able to gain the skills, but that they are also able to assist those SMMEs to be able to grow. And at least over 645 learners were able to complete the learnerships, and at least 70% of them at the time were able to gain full employment or continued or further learnerships. So all in all, that's the performance of the EIPs as it relates to the ICT sector. As I said, 6 companies, but we also have all 23 across all the sectors. We continuously look for ways to improve, especially as regard to implementation and monitoring, so that we are able to ensure that there is impact and maximum benefit that we are able to derive out of the program, and that it's not just only a way of ticking the box by the multinational, but that we use it in order to address the socio-economic challenges and the transformation challenges that we have as the country. Thank you, DM.
Thanks, Chair. Honorable Chair, that will be all.
Thank you, DM, and thank you to DDG for that presentation, which is certainly welcomed by us, as I had indicated, against the backdrop of the last presentation by the BBBEE ICT Sector Council on progress on achieving Black economic empowerment in the ICT sector. When they appeared before us, I think it was on the 20th of October, we received the presentation. And I think this is most certainly welcomed against the backdrop of what appeared to have been then insufficient cooperation from multinationals to provide data and statistics to the council, and we were unable to really grasp fully the extent to which it has, to which empowerment or Black economic empowerment has taken place. So thank you so much for giving us this presentation with the types of figures. Honorable members, we do have 30 minutes, and I do want us to engage this presentation because this is a matter that's very close, not only to the heart of this committee, but certainly to the heart of all South Africans, in line with our vision to ensure that we utilize these types of opportunities to create empowerment for previously disadvantaged groups. So Honorable Jabeleng, I've recognized your hand first. Let me take other hands. Honorable Bodlani, thereafter Honorable Felicia, then Honorable Ngubane, in that order. Honorable Jabeleng, if I can please request you, so that all members have a chance, given the fact that we have 30 minutes, to try and keep your input to about 3 minutes, so that all honorable members, about 5 or 6 of us, can input and will have feedback from the DM. Thank you, Honorable Jabeleng.
And thanks a lot, Chair, and thanks a lot, DM, as well as Honorable DGs and the executives. And I just wanted to maybe, again, one would like to interrogate this much deeper, but the limitation is our time, like, it's fine. But I think we should actually have a much more broader understanding of this program. I'm not satisfied that we should get a report that we are not able to interrogate, especially on a very serious program like this, knowing what happened during the time when we actually objected on the issue of Starlink being actually passed an exemption, which was undue, So we're having a similar situation whereby now we're doing another rubber stamping process without really going into fundamentals and details. And I think it's a little bit slightly unfair now. But let me get to the point. One, I'm not of the view that this program is actually achieving its intended objectives, purely on the basis that we're struggling with transformation of the sector. And these companies are still milking the state in terms of major revenues. They're still taking away the majority of the state spending in terms of budget. But they give nothing in return. I mean, it's not like the state is doing them any favor. They're doing the state any favor through transformation. These are not companies that are manufacturing. These are not companies that are manufacturing. These are not companies that are actually bringing in anything that is actually changing or transforming the landscape of South Africa. Instead, they're bringing technology, and they're competing for the state funding and revenue. So they ought to do more than just give us the real rhetoric that they don't want to dilute their shareholding, and what they want to do is still benefit from government procurement without giving any net dividends and net return to South Africa, and without even pushing an empowerment programs. I mean, the companies that they claim to have empowered the project that they claim to have made a difference with is minuscule in relation to the amount of money, billions spent on government by government on this company. So I think we ought to demand more. The current program is not sustainable. And we really say objectively that we must reject and cancel this program and send these companies back. Microsoft, for instance, benefits of the largest share of software procurement in the government in terms of enterprise platforms and everything. But when you go and see what they're doing, for instance, in terms of empowerment of SMMEs, black, female, youth, there is really nothing happening. Instead, the companies that are making money, and I can tell you from first-hand experience, are majority white companies milking the system and really creating a mockery of our entire program that the government intended to benefit ordinary people. So I think we have to be serious on this matter. And from a committee point of view, we need to send a very strong message to say they should stop literally giving our minister, as well as the department, as well as the committee, short the information on saying they're doing empowerment. They are doing nothing. We can talk about Amazon. We can talk about the Starlink that is intending to be another beneficiary of this process where they bypass economic empowerment and promise industrialization. We can talk about all of those things, but they don't deliver any of it. And we're sick and tired of really sitting back where these major companies are coming in to benefit and use South Africa's revenue, taxpayers' money that we're responsible for, and they give nothing in terms of our sector. They don't empower the youth. They don't extend training and development. And there is no tangible project. Even the companies that they claim to be doing SMME support, they are really not even existing. They're doing basic, really, it's like a matter, when this is money they should be doing. So I'm saying in the spirit of the committee, we need to really now say to the minister, to the department, to say, I think take a stick back to these companies, tell them that we're really unhappy with what has been happening. 10 years is too long for transformation, and especially for industrialization. These companies have driven no black industrialization, zero, not even in the IP space, not even in the technology space, not even in the software industry, nothing. We are still looking at a situation where South Africans are worse off than when these companies arrived, and yet billions have been spent on them. So I think we have to really do a much more extended program to really interrogate this program. We are not satisfied. We're going to really write and request for a commission on the bypassing of BBBE program by these organizations. And in that commission, we want a proper, rent and cents, proper companies that have been empowered, the value that they've created, and the companies that are currently predominantly white that are eating and pretending.
Honorable Chabaleng, as you learn
to be black, that are currently using the scheme of SILAN, that are using the schemes. We want a proper thorough inquiry, and we're going to call for a parliament inquiry committee that we will sit and inquire and do an interrogation of this issue. So we will frame it properly, but it will be ending up into the commission, hopefully, to say these companies fail to uphold their social compact and responsibility, and we want them held accountable, or else they should stop receiving this particular exemption certification as well as exemption benefit. I'm going to hold it on that. I'm not blaming ministers. They are just taking advantage of South Africans' companies. That's my words. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chabaleng. Honorable Bodlani.
Thank you, Chair. You see, Chair, because you've allowed Honorable Chabaleng to go on, you must also give us the same privilege to go on uninterrupted. So the 3 minute falls away. But because I'm a good person.
You will assist me. You will assist me, Honorable Bodlani.
Chair, I think maybe as a housekeeping, in future, we should really try to maybe accommodate our guests before we go into our own business, because I think this is just it would be a great courtesy with hindsight. Maybe let's try to remember that. And I think I cannot overstress the importance of having these joint meetings. It's really appreciated. And obviously there will be hopefully a future engagement with the DTIC. Chair, when the Deputy Minister made his opening remarks, he said something about Starlink. I do apologize, I missed that, and I know Honorable Nchaveling also touched on that. If you could just maybe take us into confidence. But the point I want to make is that, Chairperson, the same problem we had when the Minister issued the policy directive, where it was framed as a minister wanting to have a free pass for Starlink. The silence of the DTIC was really loud on that. Because for some of us, we thought that they would come in and say, this is what equity equivalent programs do, and this is what would a company such as Starlink would then need to be engaged in for them to be able to trade in South Africa. But that's not the point I want to make today. But if Deputy Minister wants to touch on that, because I did hear him say Starlink, but I also do not want to misguide the conversation that we are having here today. Honorable Chair, we have had the Charter Council coming to the Portfolio Committee making a presentation. And this is exactly the same presentation which we had now from the DTIC, which is regrettable because it could have assisted us to have more content on the position of the DTIC on the Council. Because in that Portfolio Committee, Chairperson, we raised an issue as the Portfolio Committee to say there is a lack of capacity in the Charter Council. And in that vein, Chair, I'm going to ask that in the interest of time, the recommendations and the observations that are embedded in our previous meetings that we adopted this morning be also forwarded to the DTIC, because it will really also capture the essence of the Portfolio Committee in terms of what we wanted to achieve. But Chair, I think for me, there should be a conversation about what legislation is meant to do. Legislation for South Africa, a country that came out of apartheid system, an unjust system where Black people, our forefathers, were subjected to atrocities. Legislation should be something that then says we are going to bring up historically disadvantaged people up to be into the economy, so that socio-economic activities also allow them to participate and they are able to stand on their own 2 feet. The conversation that I would love to have today with the DTIC is that what scientific evidence does the department have that says that Black economic empowerment has really achieved that? I know there were figures that were being bantered around, example, the figures by Professor Gumede about the number of millionaires and that have been created through BEE. Is DTIC able to tell us a quantum of the number of people that have been able to say, this is the number that of industrialists, Black industrialists, as Honorable Nchaveling talks to, that have been created because of BEE? And the question then becomes, at which point do we start talking about equity equivalent programs? Is that an indictment on BEE? Is that us saying that we are not able to be self-sufficient, even though we are creating opportunities through BEE? We will still need international conglomerates to still come into the country and make investments. And the question also becomes, what are we exporting through BEE? What sort of skills, what sort of goods have we been able to export to say we really are growing? One of the things that we noted in the presentation by the council was that the growth is really slow. So perhaps DTIC can also tell us the ICT sector in relation to other sectors, how are we performing? Because unfortunately, that was not the focus. But obviously, they are the custodians of this of this legislation. They would be able to tell us. We are placing so much focus on international companies and what they can do. At which point do we start to also measure the SMEs that are in the system in terms of what they are plowing back? Because we are seeing in the news every day how we have created millionaires, billionaires that are only looking after their stomach and they're not doing anything much to plow back even in their communities, but rather they would rather drive around in flashy cars, crippling the economy, crippling our communities. Chair, and also the DTCIC must be able to tell us, one of the issues that we raised as a portfolio committee was the lack of footprint in terms of the ICT, where they were concentrated in cities such as Gauteng, KZN, and the Western Cape. If these things are really working as we are made to believe they are working, why would you then have a saturation in one area, but the rural areas are not able to really be reaping the benefits? Because even with the BEE beneficiaries, the issue is not improving the quality of lives of South Africans. The issue is enriching themselves. So if there was a deliberate argument to say BEE is happening, and therefore those BEE beneficiaries are able to go into the rural areas, perhaps we could justify and appreciate the process. But Chair, I'm going to respect that you are showing your skin, your face on the screen, and stop there. But as a with a reminder to please send the observations and the recommendations of the portfolio committee. Perhaps that will also give the DTIC an opportunity to engage us further with written replies on our recommendations and observations. Let me stop there, Chair, in the interest of time.
Thank you, Honorable Botlandi. Honorable Delisha.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think I'm going to be the first one to stick to 3 minutes. I'm bringing it back, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, I think, Chair, we all know what the EEIP. I think we all know that it is the most disputable issue, and I really view it as a legalized process for these multinational corporations to avoid, true ownership transfer, because it allows foreign capital to maintain 100% ownership and control of their South African subordinates. And the investment is a temporary project-based contribution that does not result in any permanent asset transfer. So it preserves the dominance of white and foreign monopoly capital over the strategic ICT sector, which we as the EFF believe should be nationalized or subject to much stricter ownership laws. The presentation, Chair, admits that the Electronic Communication Act mandates the minimum of 30% equity ownership for licenses and does not recognize EEIP. So this does reveal a critical failure of policy coordination and enforcement. I think the department is promoting EEIP that is not recognized by the sector's own regulator, which is ICASA. So I wonder then, so maybe my question is, does this then not create a parallel or weaker system that benefits multinationals at the expense of the law's intent, right? And the EEIP case studies, Chairperson, highlight job creation and skills development. While this is not unimportant, I feel like we are always pacified this way to distract us from the core issue. The creation of Black wealth through the asset ownership, is always pacified by how many trainings or how many jobs people are going to get. So training 553 software developers or creating 124 jobs, yes, it is a social benefit. Like I said, it is not unimportant, but it also does not alter the fundamental ownership structure of the economy. The wealth generated by these companies and the massive profit continues to flow out of the country to foreign shareholders. I think that's how we should look at it. The presentation, Chairperson, also quotes the Constitution and the NDP. So given that the NDP has failed to structurally dismantle the apartheid economy, does the department not agree that a more radical policy, such as the nationalization of these strategic sectors like ICT, is now required to fulfill this constitutional right to equality, Chairperson? I'm wondering if maybe the DM can clarify on that, because we see that the NDP has failed to take us to where we intended to go. And the fact, Chair, is that ICT sector is dominated by a few large and predominantly white-owned and foreign multinational companies. How does then the department's current BEEE strategy, which relies on voluntary compliance and programs like this EEIP, actually break this monopoly control and place the ownership of the economy in the hands of Black majority? Because we look at the Black majority still have no, ownership of economy in their hands. And maybe lastly, Chair, I just want to know if the department, which is DTIC, if they do not agree that the EEIP is fundamentally a loophole that allows these multinational corporations who have a historical advantage from the previous era to avoid the 30% Black ownership requirement, which is demanded by our law, and the need for decolonization. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Felicia. Honorable Ngubane.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. As well, I will try and be short as well and not take long. I'll try and stick to the 3 minutes. Chair, I'm disappointed by the presentation of the DTIC. This presentation that they are doing is an old presentation that was done to DTI. It was still DTI in 15 February 2022, and it hasn't changed. At that time when they were doing this presentation to DTI, it was still called DTI. It wasn't even DTIC. So I'm disappointed on the presentation. And the presentation on it shows an ICT sector scorecard and performance that only ends in 2023. And there's no 2024 reflection or even earlier years than that. So this is a stale presentation, and it hasn't been renewed. The same numbers that were presented in 2022 February are still the same even in this presentation. So I'm disappointed on that, Chair. And then on the next point, this again, the EEIP is another admission of a failure in implementing triple BEE. And then now this EIP is just an admission that we failed to implement triple BEE. Now we're trying another softer approach of making sure that this company succeed in maneuvering, in avoiding compliance of the country where they are benefiting. So this EIP actually is just one of those defeated policy again to say, let's try another approach to accommodate them because they want to do it this way. Let me tell you what, these big conglomerates in their country, they are transforming to the maximum. They pay whatever amount they need to be paid. Yeah, we're not even sure on this presentation. It didn't even reflect on how many companies, these ICT conglomerate, have been paying penalties for years after failing to comply with our policies of transformation, because they know that the penalty for transformation is around about 4% of their revenue, up to 10%, which is around about 2.7 million or 10 million, which is much cheaper than actually transforming. So DTI doesn't show us that how many of these companies have paid penalties instead of transforming. So that's the challenge, Chair, we are having. And I was concerned as well on the presentation when the presenter was saying this is a voluntary participation model, where he's saying companies can decide not to participate or to participate. An example that was put forward was an HP that they've decided not to participate on this program. Again, as this country, on critical issues of transformation, we are choosing to massage these companies, as if these companies, they are here in the countries who are doing them a favor. The billions and the millions that they extract on the equipment and the ICT softwares and hardware we are using for them, it's not that we're using these things because we don't have other alternative. We can use other equipment, but we seems to be so massaging when it comes to the enforcement of these policies. It's very appalling to hear that the companies decide. They can decide on their own or not to decide. Whereas we are buying a lot for these companies, and we're paying them lucrative amount. And the presentation as well did not show other avenues of why BBB has failed in this country. The reason why BBB has failed is because we keep on empowering. One individual can get around about 20 huge BE transaction deals. They're buying this conglomerate, they're buying their way to decision makers in these countries. We haven't even looked at moving at the police of saying empowered on BBB, empowered once, empowered forever policy, where one big transactions is done only on one person and no more. Whoever is going to be receiving another BE transaction must be a person who has never been involved on BE transaction. So there are many failures in the DTIC for implementing these policies, which proves effectively that sooner or later after this EIP, there's another policy that will come. Because it seems like we are scared of this big conglomerate. It's one of those things which we've had in this country where it says, no, don't transform the land. There will be a capital flight. They will leave. They will go away. They will never, ever leave. They want this revenue that they are getting in these countries. Licensing that Oracle, that Treasury buy, that Treasury buy from Oracle is 400 million. They want this money by all means. It means a lot in their revenue. So please, let's be serious about transformation in this country. Let's also massage these big corporates and let's not back them for transforming this country. Let's not keep on creating other useless policies of failures like EIP, where we fail on implementing transformation policies. We move on another softer approach, another softer approach, another softer approach. We need to have our balls as this country and run the country and transform this economy. If we could keep on being weak and loose like this, we will never win the war on transformation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ngubane. I'm quite certain you used the use of a word that's not parliamentary, Honorable Ngubane. I must call you out for use of that word in expressing courage. Maybe what you tried to say, we should have the courage. May I then request that you withdraw the use of the word, please? That won't be parliamentary, and we don't want to set a precedent in here. We must engage in a manner that's respectful. Can I request you withdraw the use of that expression the way you did, please?
No, I withdraw, Chair. I withdraw, but we need to be manly when we do things. It's just a sentiment, really. That doesn't mean insult. It means you are being manly, you are being strong, and you know what you're doing, and you're serious about it. It's not sorry about the way, Chair. I really withdraw if it's offending to other people. Thank you.
Thank you. We want to be respectfully disagree, and we want to do it in the decorum that our parliament allows us. Thank you so much. Honourable members, you need to help me. I know it's a robust discussion. That is why I haven't been standing in the way. There's a lot of political conversations that are taking place, and I've allowed it because it ought to take place in a transparent parliament. The problem is we have to be leaving to head to the House. And because we have transport picking us up, I've indulged the committee that you have had that opportunity. So maybe as I invite Honorable Singh and thereafter Honorable Nkhaha, may I please also ask you to assist me by keeping your inputs to not more than 3 minutes. Honorable Singh?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I will definitely help you. Chair, yes, we would have all liked there to be a lot more information in this presentation and a lot more comparisons as to what impacts we're having from other normal provisions in the Act, so that we could actually compare apples with apples. However, based on the presentation made to us, I think the 12.8 billion rand in investment and the almost 12,500 jobs created between 2015 and 2023, I don't think in our current situation in the country that any of us could actually argue that these are not substantial numbers. So I think for me, what is extremely important is we always talk about how programs will be implemented, what the impact will be. So for me, what's important is exactly what is the impact of this current provision within the Act. And if I look at the figures that are provided in the presentation, they show an extremely high absorption rate stemming from the skills development programs. And I think there also appears to be a very high rate of success and sustainability for startups supported under this provision. We've heard quite often, for example, that we have university graduates where their skills do not match industry needs. As an alternate member in the small business development portfolio, we are told that there's almost up to an 80% failure rate of MSMEs in the first 3 years. Now, at the recent GovTech, or was it called GovTech conference in Durban, we met some of these entrepreneurs, and they are now getting their own clientele. They are not dependent on just government contracts and things. And a lot of them are actually quite sustainable. And this is exactly the kind of information that we need, because if this is the impact that this provision is giving, I'm actually going to say, whilst the provisions currently of BEE are not yielding us the results that we want, this is a provision that we should be extending and expanding to more companies so that we can see this direct and long-lasting impact. And to me, that's something that looks logical. If you look at one, I think it was Amazon Web Services that created 48 startups, how would that be if it was in terms of the traditional model of BBBEE, and we had one of our current billionaires that was the equity partner? So I do question the impact, and it's something I think we seriously need to look at and consider.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Honorable Mkhasa.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I'll be quick, Chair. Chair, is this question of the EIP, the whole notion of ownership and control, it's a matter for me that I think needs further attention, because no one is talking about the control. We may own something, but fail to control it. And I think these multinational companies are exploiting that gap. And perhaps even our policies are not strong as far as that is concerned. Well, if we are quoting China, and I know China, that is a state-led development. If private sector or multinational company has to participate on local-made programs, they are given quotas. And here, we don't hear that as an option to deal with this particular question, including this question of penalties for non-compliance. Maybe it's important to understand the quantification of these penalties for non-compliance. Let's be assisted there, so that you don't talk penalties and yet these penalties serve as an incentive to undermine the policy. The notion of this allocation, 12-something billion, the output, I think the output is questionable. Of course, there's progress in that field, in that area, but the output does not correspond or translate into concrete material benefits to our people in large numbers. Because we are talking of foreign multinational companies, you'll be expecting that this benefit is visible, is tangible, as far as that is concerned. Lastly, Chair, I'm not sure of this question of SMMEs, and I respect the policy on SMEs that we are pushing, because our people must benefit, because we are coming from an era where no one had an access in terms of the economic spin-offs of the country. But there's another option of cooperatives that this sector does not talk about. Cooperatives benefits large number of ordinary people. And is there a reason why this department, this sector is not exploring cooperative, so that you are having formidable cooperative companies for more benefits than SMMEs. SMMEs could be abused, and in this instance, it is abused. That's it, Chair. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhaga. I also have the opportunity. I'm also a member of the Portfolio Committee. So let me also share my reflections and my inputs on the topic. Maybe let me just begin by indicating that I do believe that the ICT sector in Africa and in South Africa is fastest becoming the most colonized sector, possibly after land. And the future is in the ICT, in the digital space. And Africa and South Africa historically have always lagged behind. And unfortunately, we're finding that the stronger have gained entry into the continent and into the country. And that is the reality. The type of empowerment and the type of scaling that we ought to see hasn't taken place. And it's something we must place foremost. Otherwise, what's going to happen, the trajectory is going to be, we will just be consumers, but we'll never be creators and owners and leaders. So I think we can't lose sight of that. And maybe then to reflect on what DM had indicated, that EEIPs in its substance, it's not a substitute for BBBEE. Rather, as I understand it, it's a way of implementing BBBEE in peculiar circumstances. So it's intended to achieve the outcome of transformation, maybe not in ownership and management directly, but certainly in empowering BEEs, but a lot around skills, etc. What I've seen coming through here, and again, I will just borrow from the engagement on the 28th with the BBBEE ICT Sector Council, who have been established by the department, as I understand it, to monitor the level of evolution. I just want to again refer to my notes of that day and to quote the chair, because I want to give context to what's concerning me. I mean, the chair was indicated, when asked, bypassing if they feel we're asking hard questions. That is now to the big businesses of coming through the avenue of through the EIPs. Bypassing if they feel we're asking hard questions. And another quote, they fail when asked in the deployment of the funds. Now, what we gathered then was a general lack of accountability from these businesses. So let's agree that EIPs is not something that's intended to loot our country, but it's intended to achieve some level of transformation as an alternative in peculiar circumstances, but it falls within the space of BBBEE. Now, what I've noted here, DM, is a general lack of accountability and consequence management of this facility we've put out there. This opportunity we've given to EIP, and why I'm saying that, I am borrowing from what the Sector Council Chair would have told me, which I've quoted, and I'm borrowing from the presentation that we've received today. Maybe the question then for you would be, why am I saying this? These figures that we've received, firstly, have they been audited? How then do we know it's correct? And the next question then is, often we'll find, and I've had this experience when we had invited for the first time, I think, the all 6 commercial banks to Parliament last year, and I was invited as a guest because I have a financial background. So the question often is, we come and we would say how many great things we've done, and we should do, because, I mean, as honorable members have said, Honorable Shabaleng went to extend, Ngumbane has gone to extend, to say that we are a huge market. There is a tremendous amount of benefit businesses take from us. So the question then, second question, my first question was, are these figures audited that we can place reliance on it? Secondly is, what then, all these figures we're getting, what was supposed to have been done? That is a critical question. If the EIP deal was, you will create X number of jobs, you will do the A, B, C, D, what this committee should be getting is against that this is what they have delivered or not delivered. I don't see that happening. And I don't see that happening because I get a sense there's a lack of will, of accountability on the part of these who have used this option to enter the country. And maybe a lack of our internal processes to monitor and control that. Because then that talks to the third question, which we all want to know of our entities and where we pick up weaknesses is, then what is the consequence management of non-compliance of that? Surely, as a country with sovereign powers where we've allowed these opportunities for big businesses to come here, we must hold them accountable. And my sense is, I'm not seeing that seriousness to accountability. And then what does that do? That creates the environment, unfortunately, of abuse to take place, where there's lack of accountability. And before you know it, the horses would have bolted out of the stable. The sector would have been the sector will not transform, and it would be unfortunately colonized, because inherently, as I said, ICT sector is an extremely capital-driven sector, and Africa and South Africans, that those who are disadvantaged, inherently have never been able to own the sector. So these are my concerns around that consequence management. And maybe the last one would be, is when you do the reviews, how then do you review? When you decide someone, an EEIP is being renewed, how then do you set a renewal standard? Taking into account that ultimately EEIP is a triple BEE tool, that it must push the frontiers so that these businesses, as they benefit from us, they continue to give more to the South African society. Maybe let me allow DM to then to respond and lead the responses to the questions and concerns raised of members of the portfolio committee. DM, over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Perhaps as a starting point, let me make this general reflection and say that the Triple BEE Act is an act of Parliament. It's not an act of the TTIC. So if there are sections of the BEE Act that Parliament is unhappy with, the assumption is that this bill was drafted by Parliament. Every intention in the Act, not the bill, the Act, by design is assumed to be the sentiment or the logic of Parliament. And I'm saying this not so much to say these specific parliamentarians were the ones who drafted it, but you are successors in law and in logic. And if there's any change in logic, you are then empowered to say, we don't think this provision is acceptable, we think it must be changed, and so on. That's the first one. The second point, Chair, is to say the department prepares a presentation based on the specific written request it receives. So if the committee, for instance, wants the department to do a particular reporting template that compares certain performance indicators, the department can do that easily, but that's not what it was asked to do now. So that is why you don't see it in the report. I'm raising this to underscore the point that the department prepared that which it was asked to prepare, not that it refused. We are not saying it refused, but any omission thereto is because the department did not have an understanding that there was such an expectation based on the written text that it was given. An example, Honorable Ngubane makes a general comment about the failings of BEE. So the presentation does not report on why BEE has failed in this country. That's not what the department was asked to come and present here today. So it wouldn't have done that. If that is what had been asked, the presentation would have been done on the basis of a report from the Triple BEE Commission about BEE in general. But the ask now was to specifically focus on EIPs. The other point the Chair reflected on it is that the EIPs are not a caveat for any company to bypass Triple BEE. it's for peculiar circumstances, and we try to explain what those peculiar circumstances are. It is not as though every firm that exists can simply go and say, I want to invoke the EIP. It doesn't work like that. There's a peculiarity that must be established and then that provision given. The other point that was raised is about the date of the information. The data basically is 2022 or something there too, and not 2025. I thought the commissioner would be here you'd explain that the collation of BEE reporting data takes some time. So the most recent data is still not available now, but it is under preparation. So the BEE Commission is now working to produce the latest stats up to 2024 and 2025 and so on. It's a reporting cycle problem that leads us to this. Honorable Tsilishe, does the DTIC not agree on nationalization as a requirement to even out ownership in ICT sector and so on? As I'm saying, the ask for today was to present on the EIP. But your point says there's an objective to increase asset ownership for the historically marginalized people vis-a-vis nationalization. I think that's a discussion that we need to have with especially the EFF. When we conceive of asset ownership by the historically marginalized, are we imagining private asset ownership by the historically marginalized, or collective asset ownership by the state in the name of everybody? So that's a different discussion altogether. But BEE legislation is premised on the understanding of improving asset ownership by historically marginalized individuals. And as I said, if then Parliament is of the view that that framing of asset ownership is no longer what it believes in, Parliament it has a right to change legislation, because this is the legislation of Parliament, not of the department. On the Starlink issue, Honorable Bodlani, I was saying the fallout, the public policy fallout around the EIP arose at the back of the Starlink application. That's the point that I was making. I was saying at the time, Starlink had proposed to participate in this, that, and the other matter. But let me use that angle to answer the question about the tension raised by Honorable Tsilishe on the ICT, the ICASA regulations on the EIP, and what the issue was with the minister at the time. I thought Maputa would have raised the point that insofar as BEE is concerned, the BEE Act has the overriding effect over any other sectoral regulation or code, which means even if the ICASA regulations do not specifically provide for EEIPs, the question to be tested is whether between the BEE Act and the ICASA regulations, which one has the trumping effect? That's exactly what the tension was. And that's the point that I think Honorable Tsilishe was reflecting on, that as far as the ICASA regulations, there's no such a provision. The point made by Honorable Mkhaga about the specification of SMMEs and to the exclusion of co-ops in that model is a valid point. And I think it's something that needs to be thought of, whether we should not have a specific reference to other forms of social ownership other than the SMMEs. Because, for instance, there are SOPs that have been utilized in other interventions in transforming ownership. which are share ownership programs where workers are allowed to own shares in firms that they are working for. So it could take a similar format as the one that Honorable Mkhaka was raising with respect to this thing of SMMEs being specified and then co-ops not being specified. And again, I don't agree, Honorable Ngubane, with your conclusion that EIPs are an admission of failure of implementing BEE. As I was saying, we don't have a shared understanding of what EIPs are and what they intend to do. And that is what we try to explain in this presentation. That a firm does not say, I'm participating in EIP and therefore I'm not complying with all other elements of BEE. And Honorable Chair, you also made the point that EIPs have no bearing on management. We need to make that point. EIP is about the share ownership. But those conglomerates still have an obligation to fulfill BEE targets on management. So the firm might be a conglomerate, it might participate in EIPs, but it still has a duty to have a demographically representative leadership structure as required by the Act. And we make the point that EIP participation does not lead to double counting. So you don't say, because I'm doing the equity equivalent, I'm doing SMMEs and so on, therefore I no longer have to account for what the management structures look like and my expenditure patterns and so on supply chains. And it doesn't work like that. It is only to address one dimension of the legislation. I will leave it there. I want Maputa to start firstly, as you reply on the others, explain the point about voluntary participation. What is the point that you're making about HP? Because it seems as though there was an understanding, a mistaken understanding that firms have a choice not to participate in EIP and therefore not comply in triple BEE. The point is, you are either complying with triple BEE or you volunteer for an EIP.
Yes.
That's essentially the point that I want you to clarify, so that the understanding must not be to mean a firm can not observe the Triple BEE Act in total and still choose not to. The voluntary thing simply says, government does not say company X from Sudan, you are obliged to participate in AIP. Government says you are obliged to do a 30% share ownership. That's the obligation. The obligation is then waived only if the company volunteers to participate in an EIP. But Maputa, you will explain that in detail. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thanks, DM. I think you have covered it, that the voluntary is not with regard to whether they have to comply to the 30% or even to the BE in general. It's about whether they want to do an EIP or not. And we have had some companies that they instead of doing EIPs, some multinational go and do an equity ownership. So I think that's the issue that I was trying to raise, to say that it's not about whether they are not supposed to comply with BE or with the 30%. 30% is they have to comply with it, but how they comply with it, I think that's the issue, and the fact that only certain multinational, as the legislation stands, can only participation in EIP. There are other multinational that don't even qualify for EIP, that we have declined, based on the research and the motivation that they made, and that had to go and do an equity ownership because they didn't qualify to do an EIP. And also sometimes an entity or multinational might do an EIP today, 5 years down the line, when they come back for another one, they might not qualify, and we might say, look, based on the legislation, you qualified 5 years ago, but looking at where you are globally, we have checked, your operation model and your internationalization model has changed. You're no longer qualified to do an EIP, and therefore go and do an equity ownership. So there are those dynamics that it's not like if they qualify for EIP 5-10 years ago, today they might still qualify. We still have to check that what their legislation require, they're still compliant. If they are not non-compliant, they won't be able to participate in the EIP. I think that was what the chair also was asking, to say what we check when we do the renewal. All the renewals, we do treat them as if it's a new application. We check. Firstly, we check in terms of the achievement. We hire an independent audit firm that will audit the previous program, and a closeout report. And that closeout report determine how the new program will be treated. If there was non-compliance, the entity will have to pay penalties in terms of the MOA. If, for example, they were supposed to spend 100 rand, they only spend 90 rand. In the MOA, we will say that 10 rand will have to be utilized for similar costs with regard to transformation. So those are some of the things that we do when we hold them accountable for when they come for renewal of our project. We do periodic reviews as well, so we also don't just rely on what they submit to us. Yes, that's very important, but we also do periodic reviews. Like the last one that we did was, as I said, 2024, where we reviewed all the 23 programs to see where we are, to see whether or what have been submitted by multinationals is indeed what is as they have stated. So that's how we also do the check and balance, just to make sure that we're able to review or to audit that the information that they provide is as per what they've submitted, including also doing the site visit. But definitely is one area, I think, as I said in the opening, that as we move, we have to strengthen in terms of ensuring that there is sufficient monitoring of the program. Thanks, dear.
Jim, will that be your responses, Jim? Colleagues, let us, Jim, I'm just checking if there's any additions before we close the meeting, and thank you for your presentation. Jim, will that be all of your responses? Colleagues, I think let us appreciate the presentations that have been received and robust discussions, except to say that it's a matter that's important and it's a matter that needs to be tracked. And hence, I have, after the last, the IC Sector Council meeting, indicated to the content advisors that the sectoral transformation and transformation in the sector must be an item that stays on our strategy. So that will address a lot of the concerns members raised, that we don't take the eye off the ball, that we have a deeper conversation around that. So yes, I've asked the content advisors to include this in our strategic plan. So as a committee, we monitor it during the period that we are here so that it moves in the direction that we would like to see it going. Colleagues, let me then thank you all. We are way past our time.
Chairperson, don't silence us, please. Good one.
Honorable Shabaleng,
yes,
I want
sir.
to close now.
Okay, Chair. No, I think in closing, let's just make it simple. We didn't get the answers the concerns we raised. So I think we need to have a fresh session on this problem. Please, Chair.
I was providing the leadership and the way forward, Honorable Shabaleng. As I've indicated, firstly, I've indicated that I've requested content advisors to include this in the strategic plan. When it's in the plan, it means it will gain expression within the committee program. That's the purpose of the plan. The content advisors will then ensure that it is tracked based on all the other commitments that as a committee we would want to have. So, but I have indicated I have requested it be part of the committee priorities and program, and it will gain expression, as you rightly pointed out, in a separate platform where we can ventilate ourselves, and with the intention ultimately, colleagues, of getting us closer to having a transformed ICT sector. It's not about, it's about creating jobs, creating ownership. It's about moving, and as I characterized it, we do not want to have a colonized ICT sector. We want to have a transformed ICT sector that where all South Africans, including historically disadvantaged individuals, not only are skilled, but also have a say in ownership, in control, and in management. So it is in our program of action. Let us park it there. Unfortunately, time doesn't allow us any further to proceed to the strategic plan. Let's carry that forward. And let me thank the DM from DTIC and the team from there and all colleagues for your very robust input. And let us adjourn. And we have got the house sitting that's going to be virtual, as well as members who are going to the Africa Tech. I believe our badges are waiting for us. They are our tags to gain entry. So thank you so much for your participation. And this meeting is now adjourned.
Thank